your touch on nights when I'm alone. I know you crossed the bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life, and if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life, I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I need more time, but time can't be borrowed. I leave it all behind if I could follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life, yeah. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life, I miss you more than life. So if I can't get close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life, I miss you more than life.
This was all you, none of it me. You put your hands on my body and told me. You told me you were ready for the big one, for the big jump. I'll be your last love, everlasting, you and me. Yeah. That was what you told me. I'm giving you up, I've forgiven it all. You set me free. Yeah, send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. I was too strong, you were trembling. You couldn't handle the hot heat rising. Baby, I'm rising. I was running, you were walking. You couldn't keep up, you were falling down. There's only one way down. I'm giving you up, I've forgiven it all. You set me free. Oh, send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better. We gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, if you're ready, oh, we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, I'm giving you up, I've forgiven it all. You set me free. Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better.
probably even better. And
Yes.
yes, not that use. So I use more other
Tools than
softwares.
Zoom. the building, you know, you can go for coffee, you know, in some places, you know, you're more stuck. You know.
You can bring your own laptop, but also to see tasks. I didn't even know this stuff. Really?
You just open your house with the beginner stuff.
You see, and you change whatever you want, and then if you want your
Because there are
laptop
like,
for
okay,
your own
you
notes,
wait there,
you're very
your
welcome to
house,
use as
you
well.
have your own house.
As you prefer, as it works best for you.
It's much bigger.
Time reminder, 15 minutes go.
Together.
What? No, it's 65 seconds. But okay. I exercise.
Yeah, for, yes, yeah. Yeah. That's what I say, that I'm gonna do next time. Yeah.
That one. No, no, no. Hard to reach. I know, I see. It's a very
Because they are Asian, but there's no Boston. I always check the Western Balkans and the market.
Okay, hello, good morning. We're about to start, so please be seated. Okay. Can you confirm the colleagues behind that the online is on? We're trying. Okay, so we're about to start now. I'm going to welcome my colleagues on the stage, and they're going to take it away.
Morning. I'm Bernard Segara, as you can see here on the right. Yeah. I'm working for the EU delegation since 2022, so I'm very pleased to be here today. I will be very short because you have a big agenda today. I saw that there are many topics that will be discussed. So just to say hi to also, as I said yesterday, to the first day, the previous seminar, use this opportunity today, to discuss, network, to get contacts, because I think that's the main aim, also apart, from the training. I think you should use that opportunity, to network, Tomorrow, our colleagues, will continue with the study fair that will be organized here in these premises, in the Ragnar Hotel. And also for our Albanian colleagues, next week on 16 October, there will be the National Erasmus Day, that will take place in also in not far away from here in the premises of the Europe House, So we contacted, a lot of universities, students, so we expect a lot of people. We were speaking just before, and we hope that the premises of the Europe House will be big enough to welcome all participants, From our side, we are, as EU delegation, we are very pleased to see that all these education-related projects, are getting bigger and bigger. They are growing. We have a lot of students going abroad. We have more and more projects implemented here in Albania and in partnership with all Western Balkan countries, as well, the 6 Western Balkan countries. So all these exchanges, in the frame of the EU accession process, are, let's say, very good, and very positive, for us, Today we have, after myself, Jacques Kemp, who is coming from the EAC, the Education and Culture Executive Agency. So he will, let's say, introduce, the seminar today. And again, we are very pleased, to see that there are more and more exchanges, with Western Balkan countries, with EU, European universities. And it's a very good point because when, let's say, if we take Albania, when Albania will be an entire part of Erasmus Plus program, they will have and they will face a lot of competition with all EU and European universities. So it's also very important, for us and for all Western Balkan countries, to be well prepared, in the frame again of the EU enlargement. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our contact building seminar. Indeed, my name is Jacques Kemp. I'm a program coordination manager for the Erasmus Mundus program managed in Brussels by the Executive Agency for Education and Culture. This event is organized in the framework of the Study in Europe initiative that is proposed by the European Commission and the Executive Agency with the assistance of Campus France, of all the national agencies, and of ACA, the Academic Cooperation Association. Let me give you some information about the Study in Europe initiative, the objectives, and the agenda of our seminar today. Study in Europe. The project Study in Europe aims to boost the global attractiveness of European higher education. We have a 36-month contract from May 2024 to May 2027, with a euro 5 million budget, and the objective is to enhance awareness of European higher education opportunities and EU-funded programs, improve promotional skills among higher education institutions and related agencies, and increase sector visibility to potential students and stakeholders. We have some strategic activities like promotional analysis. We evaluate current promotions, scholarship access, mobility trends, and IT tools. We have a communication strategy, develop and implement to strengthen outreach. A lot of events are organized, like organization during this 3-year period of 12 study fairs worldwide, participation in major education conference like NAFSA in San Diego 1 or 2 months ago, and host regional seminars and EU policy initiative events. We have actually all those initiatives this week in Tirana. Some of you attended yesterday the EU policy events on quality assurance. We have the current contact building seminar today, and we are proposing an international fair tomorrow here again in Tirana to the attention of Albanian students in order to attract talented students in Europe. So in one sentence, the Study in Europe project promotes European higher education globally and encourages stakeholder collaboration. Today, our contact building seminar here in Albania, the objective will be to foster new institutional partnership between the European higher education institutions and Western Balkans counterparts, emphasize student and staff mobility under the Erasmus Plus program. There are a lot of opportunities, and facilitate collaboration through successful practices and strategic matchmaking that you will have this afternoon. The aim is to initiate partnerships between Western Balkans higher education institutions and European Plus, and Erasmus Plus countries, focusing on first-time and underrepresented organizations. We have already a lot of Western Balkan institutions participating to our program, but we have identified much more institutions who have not yet experienced, and we encourage them on the way to accession to collaborate with EU institutions. Another aim is to diversify and expand the cooperation by raising awareness on Erasmus Mundus and capacity building in higher education institutions. This is 2 important EU programs. We would like also to support institutional capacity building with hands-on tailored workshops. The topic to be addressed today will explore opportunities under Erasmus Plus with programs like what we call ICM, in International Credit Mobility, Erasmus Mundus, and capacity building in higher education, whose name was Tempus in the past and maybe more familiar for some of you with this name. Practical workshop will be organized with potential input from national Erasmus Plus office and national agencies from the European Union. And we will discuss practical challenge based on higher education experience. We will have matchmaking support. It's provided for on-site participants, while online participants, because it is a hybrid event, can schedule meetings via a dedicated platform. The matchmaking platform will remain accessible for 1 month post the event, but in the meantime, you will have the opportunity to exchange your email address, your Teams contact, your Outlook contacts, and so on. What about our agenda today? A presentation on the international cooperation opportunities under the 3 programs that I mentioned, International Credit Mobility, that will be for my colleague Antonetta Irikova from DG Education and Culture. Then I will give you a few information about the Erasmus Mundus program, and a colleague in Brussels online will brief you about capacity building in higher education, where there are also an important budget dedicated to the Western Balkans, which is a priority for us. We will have spotlight practical session on initial steps in the different programs that I mentioned, guided by the NEO, National Erasmus Office, and by the national agencies. We will have a panel discussion on practical challenges in Erasmus Plus initiative, featuring insights from institutions like University of Sarajevo, University of Banja Luka, University of Pristina, University of Banja Gorica, University of Tirana, among others. After the lunch, you will have networking opportunities. We will have 4 rounds of bilateral sessions, bilateral meetings, each lasting 25 minutes with a 5-minute pause. Everything has been pre-arranged and you should all have your agenda. Then we will have some time to participate in a networking reception that is organized by Campus France in the eve of the study fair for Albanian students tomorrow that will take place here as well. So thank you very much. Enjoy and make as much contact as possible. Thank you.
Sure, okay, well, I took my laptop. Anyways. Yes, my presentation will focus on, on the International Credit Mobility Action. Yes, I managed to move my slides. So I'll give a presentation in particular on the ICM action, but I will start a bit from afar and just say a few words about the importance of cooperation with the Western Balkans. As you can see on this graph that we actually present quite often. So we have the so-called international dimension of Erasmus+. Currently, we have 2 Western Balkan countries that are associated to the Erasmus Plus program, so North Macedonia and Serbia, and as such, they take part in all the actions under the Erasmus Plus program, while the rest, for partners that are not yet associated, and they are eligible for activities under the so-called international dimension, which has a budget of around 2.2 billion. euros, and as you can see, the bulk of the budget goes to the higher education actions. And also on the graph on the right, you can see that the Balkans, the 4 non-associated countries, they're receiving the second highest budget, actually, which reflects also the importance that we give to the region. You see that the first highest budget goes to Sub-Saharan Africa, where we have over 50 countries, just for comparison. So I'm not going to go into detail of that, of the available opportunities. Today, we're going to explore only 3 of them. Nevertheless, there are many more, as you can see on this slide, both in the fields of higher education, but also in vocational education and training, youth and sport. We have a set of capacity building actions in all the sectors. But now I'm going to zoom in into the international credit mobility, but I'm just going to give a broad overview because my colleagues from the NEOS and the national agencies of Erasmus Plus, they will dig into more, they will delve into more detail and give you more practical, tips and tricks. So I'm just gonna stay at a more superficial level, but of course I'm willing to reply. I'm happy to reply to any questions that you might have. Well, the basics, what's ICM? It was launched in the previous Erasmus Plus program. It's actually celebrating it has like its 10th years anniversary in this year in 2025. And it was launched as an extension, so to say, to the intra-European mobility scheme to fund short-term mobilities of students and staff between what we used to call program and partner countries. And of course, it brings many, maybe just one word for also for the European universities, that is like in comparison to the intra-European, to the 131 with the code. So the financial resources are limited, and there is also a competitive selection process. The allocation of funds is not automatic. And also the funding, as I said in the beginning, reflects the EU external priorities. And lastly, but I'll get to that later, is that the European University is actually managing both the incoming and the outgoing mobilities. And I think I don't need to explain in detail what are the many benefits for individual and institutions, but just as an example, so ICM brings it's an instrument for the acquisition of key skills. They could be technical, interpersonal, intercultural. It enhances professional developments of participants, also employability. It could lead to the development of new teaching methods and also fosters the creation of international networks. And on the level of the institute, because the impact goes beyond the individual level. So for institutions, ICM aims to create, to increase the capacities, attractiveness, and internationalization of institutions, and hopefully ultimately lead to an improved quality of higher education. So how does it work practically? So you know that in the Erasmus Plus program countries, we have national Erasmus Plus agencies that are managing the decentralized part of the program. Currently we have 33 of those agencies, and also, yes, ICM, it's a global action, so the world is divided into regions which have different budgets allocated per year. So on one hand, you have the different budgets per region, and then also this budget is being split among the national Erasmus Plus agencies. And here I forgot to put on the slide that basically we're speaking about a budget of around 1 billion for the whole duration of the program period. So around 150 is actually allocated to cooperation with the Western Balkan 4. So what type of activities are being supported in ICM? Well, it doesn't differ much from also the intra-European mobility. We try to streamline and align all the activities. What's being offered are study periods and traineeships, which could be in any subject or academic discipline. They can be also at all levels, bachelor, master, and PhD. In terms of duration, these study periods and traineeship could be from 2 months to 12 months, but also there is a possibility to organize them in a more flexible format, what we call blended mobility, which basically combines physical mobility with virtual component, and then the duration of the physical activity itself is between 5 and 30 days, and the virtual mobility component needs to be either before, after, or both, like before and after the physical one. And there is also another type of activity, are the teaching and training activities, which could be offered to both academic and administrative staff. Yeah, just one word to say that also you can combine study periods with traineeships and also teaching with training. So there are it's quite flexible in these terms. It's only that the duration is determined. Okay, so I will not go into detail of that. This information could be easily found either in the program guide or some other step-by-step documents that we have. But it's just that for for all the mobilities that have been approved in a project, then the individuals selected, they receive so-called individual support, so basically to sustain themselves during the mobility, and also they receive a contribution to their travel costs. Yeah, the rates you don't need to, memorize. They're available. And in addition, the applicant or the European beneficiary, they receive organizational support for each mobility financed. And this cost is basically aimed to offset some cost for the preparation, the selection, and the quality, the carrying out of a quality mobility. The more interesting part, okay, so basically how to how to apply and how. So the selection of projects in ICM is, as the rest of the Erasmus Plus action, is based on an annual call for proposals, which is issued by the European Commission, and only higher education institutions in the program countries, so in the 33 Erasmus Plus countries, can apply on behalf also of their partners. And the ICM project in their application basically contains the countries and partner universities they intend to cooperate with, as well as their cooperation plan in each region. So in countries with secured budget during selection process, the European beneficiary may also, that's important, they may also change or add partner higher education institutions during implementation of the project. So if your university, for instance, is not part of a selected project, as long as your country features in the list, then you can be added later on to the project. That's important also to mention. I'm not going to go into how the application, like details of how the application form looks like, but we always encourage the European applicants and / beneficiaries to contact well in advance their Western Balkans partners so that they can discuss their application also and the number of mobilities they want to apply for and so on. So once the application is being selected for funding, the beneficiaries are allocated an ICM grant, which is spread, as I said, in different regional envelopes. And for every partnership that has secured budget, an interinstitutional agreement is needed between the applicant in Europe and every partner university in partner countries before the mobilities can start. This is sort of a prerequisite for the mobilities to start. Yes, basically by signing this interinstitutional agreement, institutions commit to respect the principles and quality requirements of the European Charter for Higher Education relating to the organization and management of mobilities. And here I have just visualized the project life cycle from the moment when it was awarded for funding to the submission of the final report. Now, this may be of more relevance to the European partners, but nevertheless, the Western Balkans partner need to also know what are the steps, because they can, ideally, they need to be also actively involved in some of the, as I said, the interinstitutional agreement is signed between the two parties. And then, of course, when it comes to the selection of the participants, it's the sending institution that is responsible for that, and providing also them with necessary support, including pre-departure preparation, monitoring during the mobility, and of course the formal recognition of the learning outcomes. However, we leave it open to the universities actually to decide whether they want to have a joint selection process. So it's also up to you and your partners actually to decide upon that. Yes, there are also a set of documents that need to be signed prior to the start of the mobilities, which are the participant grant agreement, and also the learning and or mobility agreement signed. For instance, the learning mobility is the one signed with the actual participant, like students, and it sets out the different the courses that the participant will take, and also how those will be recognized later on. And at the end of each mobility, a student mobility, there needs to be a transcript of records completed. And also the participants fill in a report, which contains parts also on recognition. And in terms of timeline, well, it's standard. It's more, it's more or less the same each year. We have the publication of the call, which is typically scheduled for October or November. The deadline is typically somewhere in February. Then the evaluation process that the national agencies conduct is between March and July, in the best case scenario. and then the applicants need to be informed about their either the positive or negative outcome of the selection in the period July-August, and the projects technically start on the 1st of August. And that's actually my last slide. It's a bit of the state of play of the cooperation between the non-associated Western Balkans and the Erasmus Plus countries. I mean, the number of mobilities reflects I'm repeating myself, but the number of mobilities reflects the budget allocated. So currently at European level, we have around 20% of the mobilities worldwide are with the Western Balkans 4. Nevertheless, as I said, the budget is divided also between the national agencies. So we are seeing some discrepancy in the budget take-up and absorption across countries within the EU. So the number looks very high. I mean, it is very high, but the success rates vary across. For instance, I just singled them out. Sorry if there is any representative, but with the Nordic country, I mean, we don't see a very high level of cooperation between the Nordic countries and the Western Balkans. Also, it's sporadic. Actually, we don't see long-lasting partnership. They sometimes have them in 1 year, then they discontinue, and then they apply for 2 years. So, yeah. Great. There was also like one event last year, so I'm pretty sure that we're going to receive the results of this. And then, because we spoke about this with some representatives of universities, because there are not as many materials, you know, that are addressing directly partner countries. Well, we do have a small handbook, both for the beneficiaries and also partner countries. It's, you know, tailor-made, and yeah, it contains all the information that each side of the partnership needs to know. So it's a sort of step-by-step guide. I hope it's, yeah, it's, okay, sorry. So that was it. I hope I fit into the 10 minutes, yeah, allocated 10, yeah, okay. Yes, if they're too practical, maybe we can leave them for my, I'm joking, colleagues.
Is there a possibility to compress? We are finding increasingly difficult to convince students.
Mm-hmm.
We are finding increasingly difficult to convince students to spend a semester abroad for several reasons. In Albania, at least, this is our experience. So the question is there a possibility to coin something like a short-term mobility by which, instead of sending 2 students for a semester, we send, let's say, 15 students together with 1 or a couple of academic staff over a week or so?
I know this exists in VET, for instance. You have this mobility of groups of pupils, but for the time being, it doesn't exist in higher education. The short-term mobility does exist from 5 to 30 days, but then it needs to be combined with a virtual activity, which could take the form of, I don't know, like an assignment at the end or a preparatory meeting. I mean, it doesn't need to be something very, yeah, it needs to basically support the physical mobility. But I understand that it could be difficult to convince yeah, students to go abroad for a very long period of time. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any more practical, if have dealt.
Yes, it does exist. You can send students 5 days. It has to be a design program and it has to carry credits.
Yeah. You can send them in bulk, yes, but you will nevertheless have like an, yes.
In Australia, we had, I think, a good practice in implementing the ICM, also the ICM budget, and one element of this is that during the implementation period of the 3-year period for implementation of the grant, we have to inform the national agency about the status of implementation, and where universities who valid grants cannot foreseeably implement all this grant is put to the market to other universities. applying, but had in the implementation. Of course, when I hear that on European level we have such, let's say, differences in the implementation, it would be interesting to think about how to move then regional budgets from the Balkans or other regions from one country to another one.
Yeah, I did not mention that, for instance, it's not possible to move, once you have the ICM budget, like the University of Salzburg, for instance, has the ICM budget, they cannot move it between regions, but it is possible to move it between countries within the same region. That is because of the very complex financial instruments that we have that are funding the action, and it's very rigid.
My idea would be another one, if there are Nordic countries cannot implement the budget with relation to move this budget from one country to others.
Yeah, actually we are. Yes, actually we are looking into this. We know that we are trying to address this already at application stage. So basically, my colleagues see the the demand per national, like per country, and then try to intervene with the, to the extent possible to shift funds around if there was higher demand in one country, but then they need to balance it out because the total amount per NA is predefined. So there is,
In Austria, I know that the university is applying for 3 times as much budget for planned activities than we can implement finally because of the share which is available for Austria for different regions like the Western Balkans.
I'll bring that back to Brussels, and I mean, at least for the future program, I think...
We're out of time, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
But we will have more time later on to discuss further. Just one point of, we use the microphones because the online people need to hear us as well, so just make sure you put them in front of you and turn them on. Thank you, Antoinetta.
Okay, hello again. Now to speak a little bit about Erasmus Mundus, which is a program existing for more than 20 years, very successful in Europe. The objective is to support quality innovation, excellences, internationalization of higher education institutions through academic cooperation. We would like to increase quality and attractiveness of the European higher education area. We would like to increase synergies between higher education, innovation, and research, to improve competences, skills, employability, and to respond also to a societal and labor market needs. The Erasmus Mundus Joint Master do have a compulsory physical mobility for all enrolled students. So it's not about studying only, but it's also about mobility. The project has to be delivered, or the program has to be delivered by a consortium of at least 3 higher education institutions coming from 3 different countries. It is open to all disciplines. It has to be jointly designed, fully integrated, and it gives a very generous scholarship. I will give you the amount, and deliver a joint or multiple degree. So actually the concept which is very important to understand, it's even maybe not existing the word in English, but we say jointless. Jointness. Jointness, that means that the university is proposing the program has to have joint program design, a joint selection for the procedure, a joint administrative and financial management, a common service offered to students, joint promotion dissemination, a joint partnership, a joint student agreement, and a joint degree policy. Erasmus Mundus for 2021-2027, so we're reaching the end of the period, has 2 actions. The main one, which is Erasmus Mundus Joint Master, and a small one that has been added, which is called Erasmus Mundus Design Measure. I will say a few words about that as well. Concerning the scope of Erasmus Mundus, this is for the EU member states, but this is also for the Erasmus Plus associated countries, like, for instance, Bosnia, and for the rest of the world, like, for instance, Albania, in the Western Balkans. The main requirement to participate to the program is a jointly designed, fully integrated curriculum. So usually the universities are building a curriculum based on different curriculum, national curriculum, and they put that together. They have to deliver, it has to be delivered by a consortium, as I said, of at least 3 higher education institutions from 3 different countries. There is a compulsory physical mobility. That means that the students are obliged to move at least twice 6 months in a different country, but usually it's even more. It's 2 years. They will, for instance, spend 6 months in France, 6 months in Albania, 6 months in Spain, and then come back in France to do their thesis. So it's really demanding, but it's also giving a lot of experience and maturity to the students. At the end of the study, we hope to have the delivery of a joint degree or a multiple degree to the students. We are signing grant agreements for 74 months. Actually, it means 6 years. And the university can at least propose 4 master editions, 4 master cohorts, so 4 times they are recruiting students. They need to have, as I said, at least 2 study periods in 2 countries. And there is also a geographical balance that not more than 10% of the students could come from the same country. Why? Because otherwise all the students will be Chinese or Indians. Concerning the funding, very quickly, the system is simple. We are giving an amount of money for the higher education institutions corresponding to the number of students they are recruiting, the number of months that the students are studying. So since it is usually 2 years, so it's 24 months multiplied by 750 euro for institutional costs multiplied by the number of students. And this is for the institutions. For the institutions, we also provide money for what we call individual needs. If there are some people with handicapped, we are covering any costs related to that. It might be an accompanying person for somebody who is blind. It can be a chair for handicapped people, but we do not leave away the people with handicaps. Concerning the students, they receive a scholarship per month, which is actually today 1,400 euro per month. They have to cover the spending, they have to cover their traveling, they have to cover the expenses. I hope that it will be probably increased after 2027 because after the COVID we knew a lot of inflation and it has not been translated into the figures, so probably it will be done. But already now today with 1,400 euro per month, I think we are competitive with the other donors in the world. To take part to the program as an institution, the applicant must be a higher education institutions with a legal entity. He must have a valid HE chart. For higher education in institution in countries that are not associated with the program, they do not have the chart, but they have to commit to the principle of the chart. They have to complete the accreditation, the evaluation of the master program. And as I said, the minimum consortium is 3 higher education institutions from 3 different countries. For what this is about, oops. This is about the procedure. I will not concentrate on that. So the application is open worldwide. So to be clear, students from all around the world are eligible for a scholarship. Higher education from all around the world are eligible for applying except Russia and Belarus. But Belarusian students and Russian students are eligible to our program. Then what can happen is that the country who hosts the program will not deliver a visa. But that's a national policy and that's something else. But students from all around the world are eligible. And the best one will receive a scholarship. more or less, I think we are funding 3,000 students per year, and the universities are receiving around 100,000 applications. So the success rate is weak, 3%, but the 3% who receive the scholarship has their life modified forever. The students are applying directly to the universities, and the universities are organizing the selection according to their rules and according to some basic principles that the agency and the commission has decided. But we are not, we executive agency or we commission are not involved in the selection of students. This is something academic. A few figures that was put for the current call, which is now, which has been done, and the program are starting now in September. It is usually published in November. The next one will be published in November. The deadline is around mid-February, so you have 2-3 months to prepare something. It's not a lot of time, but it is enough in order to meet already today and decide to do something together. We had a budget of 127 million. It will be again 130 million euro this week, and we can fund around 35, 36 projects per year. The scholarship with the money for the students and the money for the institutions allow us to accept around 50 students per university per project. Evaluation procedures are very complicated, very detailed, but I don't spend time on that. You get it in the program guide, and so you know exactly how we are assessing and selecting the project. Either you are interested in Erasmus Mundus and you are ready to start a proposal, and you can, after the meeting this afternoon, foresee another meeting and start discussing, or you want to start with what we call an Erasmus Mundus design measure and launch the basis of a joint program. What does it mean, Erasmus Mundus design measure? It's to encourage the development of an innovative, highly integrated new international study program in a partnership with universities worldwide. That means that it's a kind of feasibility study where you will meet with counterpart, decide about the field, speak about the rules you would like to introduce, about the way you would like to manage a program, and at the end of the day, your objective is to have a good application for the John Master program the year after. And yes, it is successful, this activity, and a certain part, important part of the projects who have received a design measure, who have completed a design measure, are applying for a John Master, and half of them are then selected for a John Master. So the instrument is useful to start working with us. The grant is for 15 months, so we are thinking that in 15 months you should be able to draft something and to have an agreement on what you would like to do. And we give a lump sum of 60,000 euro. It's a one-shot lump sum. We give the lump sum, you do what you want with that. We do not ask for invoices, but we consider that since you will have to meet, you have to travel, you have to promote, you have to call, that you need this money to function. To take part as an organization, again, you should be an EU member state or a third country associated to the program. You should deliver a minimum level of education corresponding to ESET 7, that means a master level, and you have to respect or have a valid or respect the spirit of the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education. A novelty is that the applications for design measure can only be introduced by an EU member state's higher education or a higher education from a country associated to the program, but it must have at least one institution from non-associated program, non-EU member states. So through this way, we want to increase the partnerships, including foreign universities, universities from all around the world. Yeah, usually we have 3 or even 4 million euro, but with 16,000 euro we can finance 50, 60 projects. That means as many feasibility studies that will be launched, prepared during 15 months, and they will see if they can apply for a John Master after. Different part in the application process. It's a long process, unfortunately. It's not so easy. Everything is done online, but you are guided by the program guide. But do it in advance because it takes time to understand the EU jargon and to comply with the rules. A tip. If you go on the website of the European Commission or the executive agency, but it is even easier, I must confess, with Google, you put Erasmus Mundus catalog. And if you do that, you have the catalog of the 250 Erasmus Mundus masters that are running today. You can select them through the field of study to the country. And this is the way hundreds of thousands of students are trying to select the master they would like to join. We also published 1 or 2 years ago a study about jointness, and we explain in this study all the steps related to Erasmus Mundus and how it has to be done jointly between partners. If you read that, if you understand that, it's already halfway for completing your proposal. So that's the reason why I put here at the last slide a lot of reference of publications that we propose, because you will find a lot of interesting information in order to understand the program and in order to fill in the application. So I would encourage ACA and Campus France to distribute to the participants the slides so you can have access to the website address as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Any questions? Okay, please in the microphone because they can't hear online.
What are the typical weaknesses of applications you cannot confirm?
Weaknesses usually are related to the lack of jointness, meaning that they are adding additional practices, but they are not deciding altogether. Everything has been done jointly, and we have to feel it when we are reading the application. By the way, we are not reading the application. We are recruiting 3 independent experts per application. Experts means teacher, specialists in the field. They do an assessment, they do an evaluation, and then they reach a consensus. So this is the way we use in order to find a relevant application. But yes, quite often there is not enough jointness, or it can be also about the relevance of the program. We try to accept program in all disciplines, but it's true that today maybe artificial intelligence is more relevant than German philosophy, and that's taken into account as well. Another weak point, but yeah, we try to find remedies for that, is the sustainability. We realize that there are programs who are funded by the Commission for 20 years. So every 5 years they reapply and they have another scholarship. Sometimes they reapply and they are not selected anymore. And we see that most of them, not all of them, but most of them still go on. In order to discuss further about that, we will organize in Brussels between the agency and the Commission a conference on sustainability, financial sustainability, institutional sustainability, program sustainability. It will take place in Brussels 2021 of November. We have invited a representative of all John Master involved in the program today in order to discuss together and find a way to be sustainable even after the Commission support stop, because we do not have the money anymore to pay forever institutional costs.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering if you can tell us how is in practice the process for visas for students? Because if they apply, they are okay, granted the scholarship and everything. Do they have to reapply for another visa every time that they have to move to the next university?
Okay, it's a good question because it's an important problem or issue, let's say. Visa policy is not in the hand of the Commission. This is in the hand of the member states. Yes, we asked the universities to finalize the selection of students by the end of January. So they apply in September, October. It should be decided by the end of January to give them the time to have a visa. For some students from Canada or United States, it's rather quick. They go to the embassy of the member state, which is close to their home, and they get the visa. For students in Africa, it's much more complicated. First of all, because the member states takes more time to give a visa. Also because a lot of member states are small member states and do not have an embassy in the country in question, meaning that the student has to ask a visa to go to another African student, to meet another embassy, and it takes time. What do we do in order to support them? We send a letter to the universities explaining that the European Commission is funding the student for a scholarship and that it will be covered with this amount of money during 2 years to reassure the country. We ask also the national agencies, and you have some national agencies here, to give a call to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to sensibilize them about the fact that it is a student. And quite recently, I think actually Irina drafted the note, is to send a request from the Commission to the EU member states to be more open, quick and tolerant for students coming into Europe in order to deliver visa. But again, yes, if the French embassy refuses a visa of a Pakistani student to study atomic energy in France, we cannot do anything. And when they are in a country, sometimes it's a Schengen visa, and they can move from one country from another. Sometimes, because they do not need only an entry visa, but they need a resident visa. Before, if they are in France and they go to Spain after, they have already in France to arrange the paper to have the visa in Spain. I must say that, and it's more and more the case, that the universities and the international office of the universities are really helping the students. They are calling them and following the procedure. But yes, it is extremely complicated, and ourselves in the EU, since it's easy for us to travel from one country to another, we have the tendency to forget that it's not so easy for the others. Yeah.
I noticed that from the last year's guide that upon the application stage, partner higher education institutions must demonstrate to have fulfilled the external quality assurance requirements. Considering that in some states, like Albania, accreditation comes after the licensing and the operation of a project, there is a provision here, that this can result from having successfully implemented the European approach for quality assurance for joint programs. Can you tell us a little bit of information what this is?
Actually, what it's clear, the guide, so the programs that are proposed should be accredited. It can be accredited through the European approach that probably you discussed yesterday, and it can be, and each national part can be accredited by the national authorities. But everything should be accredited before, at the time of the application. So if, for instance, you are joining a project that has already used the European approach for accreditation, we will ask you also the law, the decree, that means that in Albania, the part that you are adding in the program is accredited. And this is checked. This is checked. It takes a long time to check. It's difficult because in every country there are different procedures, but we try to encourage the European approach, which is, I confess, a little bit expensive. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is
We don't have time, I'm sorry. We have to move to the next speaker.
Okay. In a coffee break.
And I will introduce the next speaker since he's joining us online. He's Eduardo Luceno Caracedo, and he's joining us online from Brussels.
Yes, hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, and you can see the slides as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will start. Good morning to everyone. My name is Eduardo Luceno. I'm project advisor at EAKEA, at the European Education and Culture Executive Agency, and I'm mostly in charge of monitoring projects in the Western Balkans. It's great to see in that room so many familiar faces, also new ones that are interested in this action, capacity building in higher education, or CBHE, as I will refer to from now. Which remains one of the most impactful tools of Erasmus Plus cooperation with countries not associated to the program. I've been told that I have about 10 minutes to give you a short snapshot of CBHE. So what the action is about, I will cover the opportunities it offers and how higher education institutions can get involved. So if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask me after, or my colleagues present in the room. I think the PowerPoint will be shared with you after. For those of you that are not familiar with the action, let's start with the basics. What is CBHE about? So CBHE supports the relevance, the quality, the modernization, and the responsiveness of higher education institutions and higher education systems in third countries not associated to the program. So the idea behind is that the activities and outcomes of our projects bring solid benefits to the eligible third countries, and CBHE projects are expected to contribute to the broader policy objective of the European Commission, of the third countries themselves, and also of the higher education institutions involved. There are also shared strategies such as the Global Gateway, which can be relevant for some regions, not that much for the Western Balkans, but we will have a look at this later. So after seeing what the action is about, let's look at how it works in practice. Now we're going to have a look at the types of CBHE projects in terms of geographical targets. Projects can be national or multinational, and implemented in 3 different compositions. So the national projects are those that involve higher education institutions from only one eligible third country not associated to the program. Please note that there are no national projects for the Western Balkans in strands 1 and 2. We'll have a look at the strands in a later slide. And multi-country projects can be, as you see in the screen, regional or cross-regional. Regional projects, which are in the middle column in green, are those where higher education institutions come from several countries belonging to the same region. Cross-regional projects involve higher education institutions from more than one eligible region. These projects address priority areas that are relevant to all the regions involved, and have to demonstrate the relevance for each region in a detailed analysis and show common needs and objectives. I wanted to share with you now that based on previous calls, national and multi-country regional projects get around 90% of the CBHE budget, while multi-country cross-regional projects get approximately 10% of the budget. We are going to have a look now to the different strands. Respond to the different needs and challenges, the CBHE action is structured in 3 different strands. The first strand is fostering access to cooperation in higher education. Is designed to attract less experienced higher education institutions and small-scale actors to the CBHE action. And to facilitate, basically to facilitate access to newcomer institutions. The duration of these projects can be of 24 months or 36 months, and the funding is in a range in between 200,000 and 400,000 euros per project. The second strand focuses on partnerships for transformation in higher education, and it aims to introduce new approaches and initiatives in higher education based on peer learning, transferring experience and good practices to the institutions in third countries. And the duration is also 24 or 36 months, just like strand one, but the funding can be a bit higher. It goes to from 400,000 to 800,000 euros per project. And the third strand focuses on structural reform projects. These projects aim to develop the higher education systems to meet the socioeconomic needs and contribute to create a knowledge-driven economy, support improvement in higher education institutions, innovation. These projects have to involve always the relevant Ministry of Education of the third country participating, these projects have a duration. They are a bit longer. They can be a bit longer, so they can last for 36 or 48 months, and the budget can be up to 1 million euros. Then, if we look at the indicative budget for 2026, you will see the slide is a bit empty. When it comes to the budget, the CBHE is funded with approximately 100 million euros. For the time being, we cannot share the exact figure. That's why the slide is it's a bit empty, because it will be announced later on when the call is launched. But I can give you an idea of the funding by looking at the indicative funding for 2025. I say indicative because we are still signing the grants from last year, but I think this table gives you a sense of the magnitude of the support. So as you can see, the distribution of the budget is done regionally with indicative allocations and number of projects, indicative allocations per number of indicating the number of projects per strands. In 2025, the call was funded with over 100 million euros, exactly 107 million euros, and approximately 143 proposals were funded globally. The model is also a lump sum, and co-financing from the EU amounts to 90% of the total costs. Now we covered the strands, the budget. Let's look at the priorities. When it comes to the priorities of CBHE, these are 5, and all of them are relevant to the Western Balkans. These are the Green Deal, digital transformation, integration of migrants, governance, peace, security, and human development, and finally, sustainable growth and jobs. You will have all the details on these overarching priorities in the program guide that will be published soon. So the global gateways, let's discuss a little bit about it. In addition to the previous priorities, so CBHE contributes to the EU Global Gateway strategy. This means that CBHE projects should support the sustainable development of higher education systems in line with national or regional Global Gateway investment priorities. In some regions, notably region 5 to 11, projects under strand 3 must always be aligned to the Global Gateway priorities. In the case of the Western Balkans, as you can see in this slide, is not compulsory. So projects don't need to target one Global Gateway priority. You can see the full list of priorities in the European Commission's Global Gateway website. is linked in this. I mean, you can access by clicking on the link in the slide that will be shared with you afterwards. So for the Western Balkans, just retain that alignment is optional. Now I'd like to share with you the where, the whom, and when actually submit a proposal. So the where, so applications for CBHE funding have to be submitted through the European Commission's Funding and Tender Opportunities Portal, the FTOP, using the portal submission system. The link is the one you have in the screen, but I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Once you enter the portal, well, applicants have to select the specific priority, CBHE, and indicate the right strand of the proposal. So you have to know in advance the strand you're applying to. Who has to do this? The proposal must be created and submitted by the contact person from the coordinating institution, who is the main intermediary between the consortium and the agency. Please remember that the program guide remains the key reference document, as it provides all the rules on eligibility, on the structure of the consortium, the work criteria that will be relevant for the selection and evaluation. And now we will look at the when. So when do applicants need to submit? The call 2026 is expected to be published at the end of November or beginning of December 2026. The proposal submission, I mean, the coordinators will be able to submit proposals from, in principle, from the beginning of December. Date is still to be announced, and the deadline normally is until the beginning of February. So the call will be open until February. Applicants are recommended to submit proposals 84 hours before the call deadline to avoid technical problems. So here you have a timeline that summarizes the different phases. As you can see, between February and July, all proposals are evaluated by independent experts and regional panels. The information to applicants, meaning the results of the evaluation, are normally sent out in July or August, and grant agreements are signed around October 2026. So this follows a calendar from previous years. In total, this means that from the publication of the call until the start of the activities, we have a period of 11 months. Please keep in mind that all these dates are indicative, but they give you a good idea of the rhythm of CBHE annual cycle. Then I wanted to share with you some valuable resources available online to guide potential applicants to prepare good proposals. I invite those interested to have a look at the CBHE Info Day organized by my colleagues in the agency last year. It's fully available online, so you can just click on the link and you will get to all the recordings and materials, which are very detailed. So they will. I invite you to share with potential applicants, and also invite those interested to participate in the National Info Days organized by the NEOs, the National Erasmus Offices, the national agencies, and the National Erasmus focal points. Normally, information should be available in their website. And with that, I conclude my short 10 minutes presentation. So my final message is to start with your institution needs to connect with like-minded partners. I think you will be able to do that this afternoon, and to think about how your project can make a lasting contribution to students, to teachers, but also to the wider community. Thank you very much for the attention, and yeah, I look forward to continuing the discussion. And I think the slides will be shared, so you will be able to click on the different links. Thank you. I stop the presentation now.
Thank you, Eduardo. We're going to take questions. I don't see anything online, so just raise your hand in the room. Okay, just speak in the microphone, please, so he can hear you. Thank you.
Hello. At the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned something about the Balkans countries not eligible for strand 1 or strand 2, or maybe I was confused.
No, they are all eligible. So the rules on the eligibility will be presented in details in the program guide that will be made available. The updated version will be made available later on in the year. I think what I mentioned is about the global gateway. So global gateway does not really apply to Western Balkans. So to the region 1, but of course Western Balkans institutions are eligible to apply. Of course we have the 2 program countries, Serbia and North Macedonia, and four countries in the Western Balkans that are not part of the program. Of course there are rules applying to both of them in terms of how many institutions are needed and in what combination for the different types of programs. Maybe you were referring to the national projects. If you can say if that's the question, because indeed national projects are not valid for the Western Balkans. So all the projects have to be multi-country, involve different countries in the region. Maybe that answers the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? I'm also checking online. There's nothing online. Okay, in that case, thank you very much, Eduardo, for your time.
Thank you.
Take
Have a good
care.
event.
Bye-bye. And now we will move on the next set of the presentations, and we'll start with international credit mobility.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ivana Bjažić. I'm from the Croatian National Agency. We are waiting for the presentation. So I will present in detail the ICM activity and a bit of tips and tricks about how to draft a quality proposal, as well as have a quality project later on. There we go. So, getting started with ICM, the presentation is called Translating the Rules into First Steps. So this presentation is intended for newcomers, but it will also be useful to you that are very well acquainted with the ICM. So firstly, I would advise you to carefully study possibilities within the activity and its specific features. So outlined in the Erasmus Plus program guide, as well as ICM handbook, which is the Bible for ICM, with all the details, all the specifics, and everything you need to know. Secondly, according to your needs, capacity, experience, and taking account the priorities that the European Commission outlined in the guide, and as well as program rules, you need to identify to choose mobility types, activities, and mobility directions which you will have in your project. So, as for mobility types, you know there is student and staff mobilities within this action. So I would advise for start, consider beginning with staff mobilities. It is important to introduce the cooperation and set the ground maybe for future student mobility. So staff mobility will be a great start. Second, if you want to start with student mobilities right away, that's also okay, but you need to bear in mind to carefully choose your partners in order to secure recognition of learning outcomes, so similar study programs and such. And third, consider applying for short-term student mobilities to encourage students in participating without the fear of missing out on their home higher education institution, with the notion short-term mobilities are possible within ICM for doctoral mobilities, and for other levels of study, it is possible to arrange short-term student mobilities with virtual components. So virtual component is important and obligatory as well for the lower study levels. So it could be an online course or some kind of virtual exchange. It doesn't have to be complicated at all. As for activities, these are the activities that are available: study traineeships for students and teaching and training for staff. And you should really consider which activities will fit your institutional needs the best. So what is in for your higher education institutions? Do you want to maybe invite foreign lecturers? Do you want to arrange some sort of training for your staff, for international relation office? Maybe give opportunities to students for study abroad, or maybe, as it is possible nowadays, attracting foreign students. The third one, about mobility directions, you are aware that incoming mobilities are prioritized in the ICM because of the core idea of the activity, that capacity building in partner country higher education institutions, especially low-income countries. And you should know that much more budget is available for those countries, for those regions to be exact. Outgoing mobilities are also possible, but my advice would be to use them complementary with K131 for the intra-EU Erasmus. So you have the possibility to use 20% of the budget through international opening to finance outgoing mobilities to partner countries, third countries. This stopped working. Okay, it worked again. Next is, it's important to reflect on your future project. Before drafting an application, you need to reflect. 3 things are important here to note. Needs of your institution for fostering mobility. What are the needs? Is it the opportunities for staff development, maybe some research purposes, international visibility of your higher education institution? What do you need from this project? That is the baseline for a good project. Afterwards, then reviewing the strategic importance of this project. Does your internalization strategy focus on building partnerships in education, innovation, research, and how will the choice of partner institutions strengthen the cooperation? So that's the second one. And the third one would be capacities for international cooperation. You need to bear in mind the capacities on your higher education institutions for international cooperating. And also bear in mind your previous experience within Erasmus, which could be useful if you have, for example, intra-EU experience, the K131 as we call them. Will it be somehow a ground to stand on for later on the ICM? Next, about setting the foundation for a quality project, proposal and project as well. Things you should consider, the options and choices. I split this slide into two parts, countries and regions and partner higher education institutions. Concerning partner countries and regions, these are the three most important things to bear in mind: strategic interest, accessibility, and budget. So, bearing in mind strategic interest, it is important to recognize countries, regions of importance for your higher education institutions, as set in your internationalization strategy and your strategic documents. So, the institutional policies. Secondly, accessibility. Which countries or regions will you choose? Will there be possible visa issues? Maybe for start, try to pick some countries which you don't need to get visa to go to. And also without language barriers. We advise our applicants that they choose for start, for newcomers, countries that have no language barriers for their staff and students as a ground. So, the third one is the budget. You should bear in mind the available budget per regions. Your national agency will provide the detailed table with the budget that is available. And you should bear that in mind, which regions are with low budget, not to pick them firstly. So also it is important the way your national agency does financial allocation, how they allocate the funds, what do they bear in mind. You can find the documents about this on your webpage of your national agency. Or ask them directly, which way do you split your funds and how? What do you bear in mind? For example, our national agency, Croatian national agency, bears in mind all the priorities of the European Commission, gives the importance to priority countries and regions. So that is our way of allocating the funds. And also, of course, the quality of application, which is the most important thing. As for partner higher education institutions, you need to bear in mind three things: compatibility, cooperation, and experience level. As for compatibility, few key points are there. The most important: strategic goals, study programs, and faculties, departments, laboratories, which you need to bear in mind. That you choose someone who has similar strategic goals, course catalogs, facilities even, where the staff will go, for example, some laboratories or other facilities, to provide quality mobility and afterwards recognition also. As for cooperation, bear in mind, is there particularly strong faculty cooperation with specific higher education institutions to deepen them, strengthen them, and also bear in mind maybe prior responsiveness of these institutions. How are they responsive? Will they be able to cooperate with you on a good level and such? As for experience level, try to find a similar sized higher education institution with similar influence, maybe for start. And if you choose to go on a different way, you can use an institution that has a concrete experience in the ICM. So that is also a good start, because they will know the most important things and have the experience needed to get you started. As for key points for setting up a quality project as well as application, I divided these slides in 4 parts. Which is the most important? Support before, during, and after the mobility. You need to think about these things before even drafting an application. How will the selection process and criteria be? Which support will be offered to the participants? Think about also the tasks and the responsibilities for participants, courses, lectures, etc. Are there any integration activities for the incoming participants, facilities that are on disposal, as well as a hot topic which we dealt with yesterday, mobility recognition for students as well as staff, in ECTS points, diploma supplement for students, informal or formal recognition for staff, etc. So those are the grounds for a quality projects. And also you need to reflect with your future partners and discuss the division of responsibilities and rights as agreed in the interinstitutional agreement. So who will provide support regarding visa, insurance, accommodation and such, and who is responsible for practical things and participant selection and evaluation. It is important also to note that within the application you need to highlight the IC priorities, so EU values and participants with fewer opportunities, and as well have a good story on impact and dissemination, reflect the expected impact, measuring and evaluating the outcomes, and dissemination of the results. And I'm getting to the last slide with the useful resources. I listed here all the useful information and guides and guidelines that you will need while drafting the application, and also in the project implementation. And I will highlight our Croatian guide, idea guide, which are Salto Department for Inclusion and Diversity, drafted in, I think, 2023. It's about inclusion and diversity in Erasmus Plus assessments. So you can use it. You will get the slides afterwards, and you can use the idea guide because it's in English. So it will maybe be helpful for your projects, not only ICM, but all other projects you are dealing with. Thank you for your attention. And now for the new part.
Thank you, Ivana. Good morning. My name is Suad Muhibic, and I'm the head of the National Erasmus Plus office in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I will really try to be very short. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. I think my colleague Ivana has already mentioned some very, very important issues. I completely agree with her, and I support all that. But I would just say a short summary, like how I see from the NUS perspective the important steps. I believe that every good journey starts with good preparation. I think that the ICM journey is no exception. So in order to prepare, I think one of the very first steps is for you is to familiarize yourself with the program rules. You have to know what's on the menu. And I think there are many ways how to do it, and already has been mentioned. For instance, reading the program guide, the handbook, ICM handbook, which has been also highlighted by, or also attending seminars such as this, or info days. We will organize info days. One of the info days for Albania has already been mentioned. Our NGOs will organize in our countries info days. The same will be done by national agencies and European Commission. So I think read as much as you can before the call is published. So don't wait for the call to be published. Read now, and try really to clarify your objectives. So, and once you have done your homework, you know what's on the menu, you know what the program is, where you can. Then you start assessing yourself. Ivana has already mentioned how to do it. I'm not going to repeat it, but I would just say, really, you have to be clear with yourself. You have to know, ask what you want to achieve. What is my objective of this ICM journey? What I want? Staff mobility, student mobility, international exposure. There are many different issues that you can achieve. Focus on those that you consider the most important. And it's, I think, I support Ivana's advice. Start small. Consider expanding later. For instance, maybe if you have never dealt with your partner in the past, maybe you can start with staff mobility before sending your students. So the staff will taste the water. So your students will know before they go on mobility, they will know more or less what to expect. You will be in a better position to support them later on. So I also have to be very transparent with your partners, communicate with them, tell them what you want, ask them what they want. It's both ways. And then the next very important step is, I think it's a crucial step, is finding a partner. But not any partner. You have to find a reliable, a good quality partner. And in order to do that, you should be looking really for a partner which really is very transparent, transparent in terms of clearly, specifying the outcomes, credits, learning, the program itself. So you have to really be focused, and especially if you are from a program country like third not associated partner country, third not associated like Bosnia and Herzegovina and other countries in the region, most of the countries, knowing as such we are not in a position, your institutions, your universities are not in a position to apply for an ICM project. So you have to rely on your EU partners or third countries or associated partners to submit applications, put you as a partner in the project. So a lot depends who you venture with, and really try to do your best to be proactive. And I say proactive. Don't wait for someone. I think this is probably one of the many mistakes that partners make, is they wait for someone else to knock on their door and say, look, come here, come on board, we want you to come to an ICM project. Don't wait for that. You have to be proactive. Contact them in advance, and now is the time. Don't wait for the call to be published. You get in contact with them, discuss the opportunities, and keep in mind that all your partners must be accredited and should not be subject to the EU sanctions. If you have any concerns, which institutions from Bosnia, for instance, are accredited or not, you can contact us. We will help you. There's a national agency which takes care of that. So we'll help you in that respect as well. So the next slide will, and the last slide, because you're running out of time, I'm really going to be very, very short, is you have also, at this stage, you have to really consider your obligations. ICM projects and ICM journey has many, many benefits. You will realize for you as an institution, for your students, you will get an international exposure. You will get an opportunity for your students to learn new languages, to interact with different people. Your staff will be in a position to attend trainings, to teach, etc. But at the same time, you have to be to keep in mind that there are certain obligations. I mean, one of the first steps, of course, I think most of you have already done, is getting your OIT, spreading organizational ID. This is a must to participate, but if you have not done it, it's not difficult to get it. But what I do think is important for you to keep in mind is the provisions of the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education. These provisions, which specify what institutions must do before mobility, during and after mobility. These are really important obligations which commits you as institutions to deliver. You have to support your students and staff or all mobile participants in all stages of mobility. So read carefully what it is, and I said Erasmus Charter for Education is a requirement for all universities from program countries, meaning EU member states plus third countries associated program. They must have it, but from partner countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina and other from the region, it's not a requirement for ICM, but many of our institutions already have it because it is a requirement for the participation in alliances, European alliances. So for that reason, our universities have already acquired it and they have it. But even those who do not have all institutions participating in Erasmus, before any mobility takes place, interinstitutional agreement must be signed before any mobility, and all the provisions of the Erasmus Charter are already incorporated in the institutional agreements, which will be signed before. So it really obliges you to respect the provisions of the Erasmus Charter. So make sure that you provide support for your students. Make sure that you will be able to recognize all the credits and also provide visa or any support, housing, etc. So, okay, I know we are running out of time. I really thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we are here to clarify it.
We'll take some questions now. We have some online, but let's see first in the room. Please speak in the microphone, though. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hi. I would like to know what is your perception of Erasmus Plus collaboration in the region, since you are from a Croatian national agency, which is a country associated to the program, and a national office from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is non-associated to the program country. So how do you see the interest of these countries for regional collaboration within the region?
Within the region. Would you like to start, or do we need to? Well, I think my perception is very positive. And I can confirm it by the level of participation of our countries in, for instance, capacity building, Erasmus capacity building projects, but also ICM, because we cannot directly exchange our students or stuff through ICM because we are both in the same status of the countries third, not associated, meaning that we will not be able to. But we can partner, and we do often partner with our universities from the region through the capacity building and other Erasmus Plus projects. So I think the level of cooperation is great, but Ivana might clarify more from her perspective as an agency.
From our perspective, Western Balkans is the most demanded region in our allocation projects. So yes, we have a strong cooperation. Our beneficiaries have strong cooperation with Bosnia, with Montenegro, with Kosovo, Albania, and all the higher education institutions. So we have a large interest in the Western Balkans regions through ICM.
Sorry, would you say the same for 131?
For 131 as well, yes. Also regional,
Thank you.
good cooperation, yes. Slovenia.
Yes, please, just in the microphone. It's not working. It's not on.
No.
We can hear you.
I can do it anyway.
But online.
So the point is, Franz Koch, University of Salzburg, we're collaborating with the region with a high intensity for a number of years already in different programs. My observation from the last years was that wherever countries have changed from this Erasmus status from partner country to program country, this was a strong issue about capacity and the way how to use the resources in the countries. I talk about very precisely about Serbia and North Macedonia. My observation from practical work is that the university partners in those countries did not benefit from that change of status, because the different ways to receive resources, to be embedded in academic collaboration frameworks became not easier for them. Obviously, also nobody really was sure about how the money was reallocated in the way how university would get entrance to the resources. So our mobility flows with these countries with regard to students and staff dropped down since they became program country, and I thought it's maybe worth to mention here that I appreciate to see how Albania is developing the last years as a country, but I'm not sure if it would be a good price, let's say, to be recognized as program country as expression of Europeanization success with regard to the resources in the Erasmus world. It's in my observation, it's not a benefit to do that. But anyway, maybe you can tell us more about how these processes in these processes of changing of the status lead to reallocation of resources.
We as a national agency do not do reallocation of the funds yet, but I hope we will do it in the later calls. So yes, thank you for your question.
Just if I can add, I think it's important for all countries participating in the Erasmus Plus program to really enhance their capacity to absorb funds available. So I think we are all working on that, regardless of the status. So it's important, if you participate in any status, to have sufficient capacity and good quality proposals to really because at the end of the day, the proposals are selected based on the quality of our applications. So I think we should all work together to make sure that the quality of project proposals are improved at the level which really ensures the maximum benefits. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So there is one question. There are a couple of questions online. I will choose randomly. So can you give us some examples of best practices for staff mobility recognition, both teaching and training? I'm guessing within ICM and Key Action 131.
That is always a hot topic, and always there's something missing. I think the higher education institution could answer this question better than us as national agencies.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. I think we can let you go and go to the next duo. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
And now we have Geron and Vanya. There is a clicker for your slide, and you can see the
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to make more summary because it's mentioned before regarding the Erasmus Mundus. As you know, regarding the Erasmus Mundus joint master degree, the main development is that it's a joint design, fully integrated curriculum and common implementation procedures, which are based on standards for quality assurance of joint master programs. And meanwhile, it is at the framework of European higher education area. Consortium is the most key things for us and for all the countries who are just part and participate in Erasmus Mundus joint master degree programs. And meanwhile, it's really quite important that's to have accreditation process. Most important is the first thing to do, because a joint master degree, before this to apply, you need to be accredited in each of the country. I'm not going, because my presentations before have mentioned something, but Jacques in its long presentations just covered it very well. I'm just to make, let's say, a very few highlight on application procedures. Despite the fact that it's online, it's really quite important that all the institutions university was trying to apply need to keep in mind all the steps and all the parts of the application which will be online, including administrative forms, which have contained general information about the project, technical description annex, part C, which is administrative form and specifics about Erasmus Mundus, and especially it's really quite important that all the partners who are just going to apply in Erasmus Mundus joint master programs need to have all information on the table, because before you go to the portals, you need everything's already done. And anyway, for each application steps, there is a link, so and everyone which is interested can find information on it. But it's really quite important that all the steps have been prepared before you go to the portal. It's really quite important, especially regarding the accreditations. I need to highlight a certain thing about evaluation procedure, which is considered very important, because which is the highest evaluations points, which is for relevance, and especially proposal must score at least 7 points overall. And here I make just a ranking of evaluation things, because for each of us, when go to the European Commissions with the projects, what we expect after that, it's what will be the evaluation procedures and on base of which they evaluate our project proposal. And as you see, for Erasmus Mundus joint master degrees, relevance has a maximum 30 points, and EA includes background, needs analysis, complementary, and especially the quality of project design and implementations, which have a lot of things, including concept, quality assurance, project needs, cost and risk management. And meanwhile, 2 other things, which quality of partnership and cooperation arrangements, which including consortium setup and consortium management and decision making, and of course the impact, which have its own part of its evaluation regarding the European Commission. Just very few words about institutional cost calculation, because in any projects, one of the reasons that we apply, because we need not only to meet our goals and objectives, but need to have financial support and to realize what we have in mind. And regarding institutional support, implementation cost for Erasmus Mundus joint master degree have a unit cost for a role for the students, and which is calculated, and there is very few words about how to calculate for each of applicants, but you know, many more details that we have than guidelines for it, but it comes from our experience. And there are units, cost for scholarships and non-scholarship holders, and here it's very few words about student scholarship calculations, and which are already very well explained in the guidelines, but is just keep out some of the most important issues. Mainly, I'm just going to provide you some more information for what is interesting, some experience from Albanian higher education institutions regarding European Mundus joint master programs. One of them that I have included is the European Master in Sustainable System Engineering, where Polytechnic University of Tirana have participated, and in a consortium with University of Technology de Campaign in France, which is a coordinator of such Erasmus Mundus joint master degree, have University of Geneva, in Italy, and Polytechnic University of Catalonia in Spain. It is one of the, let's say, good example when one of the Albanian university have been part of such consortiums, and now we have already have an European joint master degree in place in Albania. Except this one, we have 2 others. One here I have just put some main objectives that have been provided in application form, and what you see, the most important things that the graduates, after they finished, they are awarded with joint degree, and along with a joint diploma supplement, which is this mostly important, which provide students not only information, but even a joint degree, which is known and accredited in any of the countries which is part of the consortium. Here are two other ones, but we don't have yet the final decisions, but there are two other more universities as part of consortium have applied in European Master Joint, European Mundus Joint Master Degree, is University of Tirana, which have applied for a joint master degree with a third of consortium, Albania as an associate partner, and is a project which has been coordinated by the University of Lille in France. And as you see, there are a lot of institutions, almost 41 institutions from different countries, including from France to Bosnia, Poland, Czech Republic, India, so across over the world. And another thing, another application is Master of Science in European Forestry by Agriculture University of Tirana, which have been coordinated by university in Finland. And meanwhile, there are other 40 other institutions, higher education institutions from different countries, from Finland to Moldova, Netherlands, Nigeria, and so on. These are, maybe just because I don't have so many time and have to share with my colleagues, this is some overview on European Mundus Joint Master Degree. And all the university which have experience and have went through such a process, of course, there are a lot of challenges, but the most important one, it's need to have the enough capacity within your university and have to share such capacity with others. That's the most important things, that you have to be carefully looked what are the procedures for accreditation of such master degree in your country, because in certain countries it takes much more time than is needed. Thank you very much for your attention, and now it's time for my colleague. Yeah. Can I? All right. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So thank you. My name is Vanja Drljević, and I'm the head of National Erasmus Plus office in Montenegro. Okay. So the colleague from Albania spoke about how we should start working and what are the steps towards Erasmus Mundus joint master programs, telling also about certain rules. I would more focus on some other issues. First of all, why does it matter to us? Why is it important to us? First of all, we are all speaking about the internationalization, and I think there is no more you cannot be more internationalized than having Erasmus Mundus joint master program. Today, many times Jacques mentioned jointness. I like this word, joint. Everything we do through this Erasmus Plus program, in all the projects, actually we do it in joint efforts, be it capacity building in higher education, be it international credit mobility, whoever launches the initiatives, in the end, it has to be something which is created jointly. Even in the previous phase, in Tempus, we had projects that were called joint projects, something similar that is today capacity building in higher education. So I see this Erasmus Mundus joint master programs also as joint care for quality. We talked a lot about quality assurance yesterday. We talked a lot about recognition issues, accreditation, and all this stuff. And I also see Erasmus Mundus joint masters as a kind of link in between international credit mobility, because you have mobility of students, capacity building, and also a bit of policy making, because overall, if we don't have the accreditation of this program, then it's not worth it. And of course, what is very important, having interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary elements in the programs, create integrative programs, Of course, it is very important for the visibility of all the higher education institutions that are involved, especially for the Western Balkan region. It is very much important because the reputation, international reputation, visibility, and of course competitiveness at the level of, at the European level, at the regional level as well, and at the global level overall. Of course, it is important because of the broadening of partnership, and of course, last but not least, it is important because it should respond to something which is the need also at the labor market, something which is very relevant to the current trends and needs. And of course, all the students that are taking part in these programs, it is of utmost importance, not only the program itself, but also this intercultural exchange and environment that is that can integrate students and enable them to meet other cultures and other people. So how to get started? Of course, it is important to take into account the needs analysis, what is lacking, what are the gaps, where we could find this gap that is missing, to explore the existing resources. What do we have in our countries? Do we have enough staff expertise? Do we have enough institutional capacity, enough infrastructure to deliver such a joint program? And of course, it needs to be very relevant to the labor market needs. I will not only limit it to labor market needs, but also something which is overall important, because apart from the programs that are being created in line with labor market needs, there are some programs that are of fundamental value irrespective of the labor market that has constant, let's to say so. And feasibility, does this idea fit? Do we have enough institutional and national strategic support and the framework to be able to take part in this program? Of course, accreditation is something which is always worrying us because it's a very time-consuming process. It's quite different in different countries with different rules and procedures. But of course, with this European approach and in the future European degree, definitely it will be a bit simplified. As simplification was the word somehow that was dominant yesterday as well. What existing partnerships do we have? Because I think it's very important that we find these foundations and bases on which we should capitalize on. So we don't have to invent wheels. We have quite a lot of other actions that our institutions took part in. And so now it's the time to make use of all these resources and all the stuff that we had in the past in order to use it in this action. Of course, it is very good that you have also possibility to take part in this Erasmus Mundus design measure sections, especially if you don't have enough experience, although I would not, I put it for unexperienced, but still I think that considering that Western Balkan countries are taking part in many, many years in the program, I think that they are all more or less experienced in at least some of the actions. Of course, I will not speak about the rules because they were mentioned. Of course, this is quite logical, and that you have to know the rules and procedures for all the actions. And making synergy with capacity building projects in higher education is very essential. I have to share with you information that we, as for example, National Erasmus Plus Office, seeing that in Montenegro we don't have it at the moment, any Erasmus Mundus, we don't participate in Erasmus Mundus joint master program. We gathered projects that in their that they had some new curricula developed, or they had some multidisciplinary elements in order to somehow try to push them to take part in this action, because from my point of view, it is really very illogical in a way that we don't have more tries to get into these programs. So of course, drafting a concept note on the idea of the joint program before writing project proposal, mapping partners, find reliable, trustful partners. Trust was also something that was mentioned many times yesterday. Also making use of the existing European university alliances that were not, that didn't come out of the blue, but came based on the previous long-standing partnerships that have been developing for many years, and that is how this trust has been developed between the countries. And of course, it's very important to involve the national authorities and the quality assurance agencies, because at the end of the day, if the program is not accredited, it doesn't make much sense. Of course, behind any idea, there has to be a joint common interest, which needs to be the case with all the countries involved. And as my colleague Suad said, it's very important to have a preparation, very good preparation, and to start with the preparation from the very, very beginning of the developing this project idea. So, unfortunately, as I mentioned, we don't have at the moment the participation of Montenegro in Erasmus Mundus joint master programs. I am a bit sad about this fact, although not even Erasmus Mundus design measures, but still we had few tries, which I think is also positive that our university tried to develop Erasmus Mundus design measure that would potentially transform into later on in Erasmus Mundus. Unfortunately, they were not successful, but the interest does exist. But what I put on the slide, some good practice example, given the fact that we are in Albania and we have very good cooperation generally in the region, but in Albania we have for the first time a regional joint master program in maritime environmental protection and management. The project has been finalized, but it is going on. We have this this mastering is ongoing, and students from Albania are going to Montenegro and vice versa. So I'm also seeing this as a kind of potential for maybe in the future transforming into Erasmus Mundus joint master. Why not? And also, with Albania, we had a structural project reforming doctoral studies in Montenegro and Albania as a good practice example. Maybe you will say why I am putting this, because it has nothing to do with it. It is not Erasmus Mundus joint, but I think it's very important to see what we have, and because we don't have. Of course, it's always good to spread and to have new partnerships, but I think that having taken part in so many years in all the actions of Erasmus Plus previously in the campus, I think it is the right time now to do more. So I will skip this slide because my colleague mentioned some of the keywords also that I mentioned, to be concrete, explicit, clear in the idea, and so on. I think it is important to have a good story and to start preparing in advance. Make use of what we have on the test. My colleague said, you have to know what is on the menu. We have quite a lot of long-standing partnerships. I think it's really the time has come that we should take part in these actions more. I'm speaking from part of Western Balkan countries. I'm very impressed by the results that Albania achieved, but I think we could do more as a region. It's very important, I already mentioned the ministries, and of course create a logical link between objectives, work packages, deliverables, and resources. That is something that my colleague mentioned, so I will skip this slide. But at the end of the day, this action is really I think the less frequently used. It is not the action that was open to Western Balkan countries to be able to lead this project from the very beginning. But despite that, we could be associated partners. We were once associated partners in one of the projects, but I would say it was not, we didn't have real experience in it. It was more on the paper than in reality, to be honest. And it is, I have to say, a bit an explored opportunity in the Western Balkan region, but now that majority of universities, they have internationalization strategies that I can also understand. We didn't have study programs in English. Now the situation has changed also for good. And but still, we could do more. It is a challenge from the point of view of accreditation and the national legislation. But still, we could do more. And I see also this event here as the opportunity for people to get together, to meet each other, in the first place, in order to be able to create this trust, which is essential element for starting any kind of cooperation. I don't know whether there are, maybe it came to my mind because I was really questioning myself many times from the moment that this opportunity was open to Western Balkan countries. Others, maybe some prejudice or stereotypes from the part of EU partners towards Western Balkans. Why don't we cooperate more in this action? Because this action has always been a way for, also when students were chosen for very excellent, for really very extremely good students. Was it time? Are there some prejudice? I don't know. And is it really too competitive for our university, or the lack of regional inclusivity in these sections? So this is something that I don't have answer. It is more of a rhetorical question, but that's how I would conclude. So I hope that at the end of the day, out of this seminar event, we will, in the next call, go out with some of the new proposals involving Western Balkan countries more. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do questions now. I don't see anything online, so we can start with the room. Just raise your hand. Please, just in the microphone.
A question for Professor Kamberi. In case, let's say, you know, because I understand that this might be, how did Albanian successful applications in the context of Erasmus Mundus joint master's programs bypass the legal reality in Albania that programs are to be accredited after their start of operations and before giving out the first degrees?
Yeah, I understand your question, Costa. Yes, it's true, but I think that especially when a university in Albania is going to be a coordinator or associated partner in Erasmus Mundus joint master degree, it's really quite important to evaluate or just to make an assessment the procedure of accreditation programs, how times it takes. Generally, you know very well from your experience of the university and Albanians that accreditation procedure takes a little bit time more than generally. And you know the National Albanian Agency for Quality Assurance of Higher Education Systems is not yet member of ENCAT. It needs to be automatically accredited, and it creates certain barriers in periods of time. But I think it's really quite important that before submitting applications, it's necessary to make, let's say, a sort of administrative assessments. Maybe it's, I don't know, it's the right term to use, with ASCAL, which is the National Agency for Quality Assurance of Higher Education Systems, which is responsible for accreditation on any study program in Albania, bachelor, master, or PhD. Refers to the examples that I mentioned before, including University of Tirana or Polytechnic University or of Agriculture University. It's much more easier for public university rather than private university or non-public university in Albania when related to the accreditations of the program due to their own traditions and because they are the first university which have open, you know very well. So in that framework, I think it's really quite important to make a so-called an assessment and maybe to contact directly to ASCAL, because I think it's a very big step for Albanian higher education institutions when he is invited to be associated partner in Erasmus Mundus joint master programs, or if he have initiative to be a coordinator. It's a really big step. But let's start with this first stage of success, because I consider success that Albanian University, now 3 Albanian University, are part of Erasmus Mundus joint master degree programs, and I hope to extend to other universities. I don't know if I was clear, but I just try to, it's not a very fixed answer about this, you know very well, because administrative procedures in any other countries sometimes put barriers on higher education, but we have to cope with reality and to find the most easiest way to address the things. Thank you for your question.
Okay, maybe we have time for one more. Oh, yeah. But we need to approach a microphone. I'm really sorry, just for the online audience. Thank you.
Regarding the question, the first one is about being a coordinator from the Balkan countries, especially for the design measure as a first step towards application for the joint master degree. And the second one is about the international accreditation, because yes, there are problems with accreditation, and is there any possibility that we do, for example, as a consortium, international accreditation, and that's valid for the entire consortium?
Okay, regarding accreditations, because you know very well that when you apply to a European Mundus joint master degree, first of all, you need to have accreditation of your country, because the students who from your country who are trying to attend such European master degree, they need to be very well informed that such master degree that they are going to receive by the end of the study need to be known, recognized, and which means that recognized your university and programs have been accredited in the country. Regarding international accreditation, you know very well that there are another procedures that such diploma, for example, master degree, to be accredited in the international level. But I will highlight the fact that if you are part of a consortium, which means that you have country from Germany, France, Italy, and meanwhile, and if it's a joint master degree, it means that for students from Western Balkan countries, let's suppose, that have received such a master degree, it has the same value, for example, can use such master degree in Italy, in Germany, France, and so on. But you know very well that there are different levels of recognitions of a master degree, PhD degrees, or bachelor degrees. But what is the most important thing is that across that, all over the university, which part of consortium in Erasmus Mundus joint master degree, that need to be really well clear that first steps to do, it's to accredit it, such joint master degree to their own countries. It don't create any problems for any students who are just to pay his own money, or at time as well, to attend such master degree at least 2 years.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions, so we can proceed to the next duel. Thank you very much, both.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll do it. Yeah. thank you. As you will see, we will repeat many things that have been said by our colleagues from NEOs and other NAs to do it. So what to do? I think that the 4 words are clear for all. Anticipate, surround yourself. Every Erasmus project, it's not an individual project, it's a team project. Also, inform. When you have a project, inform. Go to see your NA, your NEO, your embassy, the embassy of your country in your partner country, and so on. Inform everyone of what you say, and keep yourself informed. We are doing all information days, info sessions, and so on things. One thing, main thing, read Erasmus guide. Everything, or the most important thing, is written in it. You have what to do, eligibility rules, evaluation rules, criteria, everything is on it. And after, as NA, as NEOs, we try to simplify it for you, because we all know that you all like to read the 500 pages of the guide. We do, but we have to do it. A first paper, as Vanya mentioned, it is also good for CBHE, is write a concept note. Why? For 2 things. It will help you to stick to the 40 pages of the application. And I said 40 pages. 41, the 41st page is not read. So your application have to stick to 40 pages. And it's important. And it will also help to approach partners and to have the first step of needs analysis and to promote also internally in your management. Mimika will say it after. Think CBHE, it's not what Erasmus programs country needs, it's the needs of third country associated. So in this case, what is needed for Western Balkan countries. And it's an important thing. As I mentioned it's a team project, not an individual. It has to be an institution project also. So you have to build a team. Meet your partner, face-to-face is possible. Here, it's a good way to see it. Involved all support staff. Get out of international relations office to talk about it. Involve university head, financial services, communication services. You will need them afterwards. So once you engage them early, it's the best. Because sometimes if you are stuck at the signing agreement because you see your financial office cannot receive the money from the European Commission, it would not be a good part. Perhaps you need some adaptation. So you have to build a strong team project inside your institution, but with others, because it won't be your project, it's a team project that will be written by all people. And when talking about team projects, you have to talk about, assess what will be the workload and responsibilities for each time. Make sure that each institution, each of your partner clearly understands what his role will be in the project. And not at the end, yeah, I didn't understand. So clearly assess this part. And prepare the consortium agreement signature, just to make sure who will be signed. Just don't discover in September that to sign the consortium agreement, you need to pass to the council or the senate of your university, which will perhaps be last in December, I don't know. Do not forget management project. You have to look at, of course, scientific, academic coordination, but also administrative coordination of the project. It's a heavy project to think. Do not mean. When we talk about your proposal, you have to write in a clear and understandable language. You have only 40 pages, you have to be clear and things. The evaluators cannot read your mind. I repeat it, evaluators cannot read your mind. Something that it's obvious for you might not be obvious for evaluators. Evaluators are not specialists of every field of higher education. So be clear and enough. Yeah, and of course, attend information days to things, keep in contact with the EU delegation, embassies, national agencies. Things to avoid: too many partners with no clear task for each of them, over-ambitious projects in a limited time, ignoring financial rules, for example, subcontracting rules, which are quite clearly identified, and once again, forget early management. I insist in eligibility rules. Why? Because each year there are many good projects who do not reach evaluation. Why? Because they do not respect eligibility rules of the consortium. Eduardo mentioned it, the minimum, I said the minimum structure for all CBHE, there was specificity for Western Balkans. It's 2 higher education institutions from 2 different Erasmus Plus programs, and at least 1 third country associated with 2 higher education. I repeat it in another way: if you have a CBHE program, if you have 1 third country involved, it means at least compulsory 2 higher education institutions from this country. If you have 2 countries, you might have 4 higher institutions, and 2 for each country. Of course, higher education organization associations are eligible also. For example, Rectors Association are eligible as partners. Regarding number of organizations, you cannot, when I say this, it's all partners. Say in a CBHE, you can have, I don't know, a professional association which partner of it. You cannot have more partners organization from Erasmus Plus country than third countries. They have to be equal or more. For example, if you have 5 Erasmus partners and 6 Western Balkan partners, it's okay. The opposite is not okay. So if you have 6 Erasmus partners and 5 Western Balkan, your application will stop here. Things you have to keep in mind is variety of partners. CBHE has to have an impact, a wider impact. So you can associate local authorities, professional authorities, national authorities, compulsory substantiary, but you have a kind of range of partners. But keep in mind the rule I just mentioned. For Western Balkans, there is a specific rule. For strand 1 and 2, projects had to be regional. In the clear words, 2 of the 4 countries. Ideally, you can associate the 4, but at least 2 of the 4 countries. That is why if you plan to have a capacity building specifically for Western Balkan, you would need 2 countries and 4 higher education institutions coming at least from 2 different countries. And stand 3 can be national. And a good thing also, coordination can be done by any higher education institution around the world. That is to say, Western Balkan institution can coordinate capacity building in higher education also. Yeah, I get to the good part.
Thank you so much. We have a joint presentation because this is how NA France and Neo Kosovo roll, so I'm very happy about it. I'm going to talk a bit about priorities. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mimika Dobroshi. I'm head of National Kosovo Erasmus Office. Very excited to be here, very excited to present with Mathieu. Eduardo mentioned a bit about overarching priorities and how important it is to include them in the CBHE proposals. And I'm sure all of you know them: Green Deal, digital transformation, migrants integration, governance, peace, security, human capital development, but also sustainable growth and jobs. But something that was not mentioned today, it was mentioned just as a reference, so you should really take care to also include, besides the overarching European priorities, to include also regional priorities. And for Western Balkans, it is very important. The most important document coming from EU in 2023 is the Investment and Growth Plan for Western Balkans. So we really, as Neo-Kosovo, every time we have info sessions on CBHE, we really encourage our higher education partners to read this document. It's not very long. It is important. It goes beyond just what you're doing in the project, because it is meant to affect the reforms and inadvertently also our life and our perspective for EU integration. So definitely regional priorities for Western Balkans are included in economic and investment plan of Western Balkans. This, so the adequacy of your project to one of these priorities will be assessed most definitely in the relevance part of the project. And if you also want to tackle the issues of skills, or if it has any relation towards the vet sector, be sure to also read European Training Foundation recommendations on the Torino process and the Osnabrück Declaration. They really give you an overview of what the recommendations from EU are when it comes to skills and jobs in Western Balkans. I took two examples to make this theory I just said more practical and more pragmatic for you to understand. So one of them is the project on CBHE, which started in 2023. It will end next year. This is a project coordinated by University of Pristina, Faculty of Education, transforming the Kosovo and Albanian education system by introducing digital technology in teacher education. This, from the title, you can see that it relates to the digital transformation priority of EU, but it also relates to regional priorities in Kosovo, the digital transformation, and it ticks two very important priorities of our national education on digital transformation. So this is very important. And by following their activities, I can say that it has really over-delivered this project. It's not a structural, but it works so close with the Ministry of Education, different actors. It has even stretched to find synergies with other initiatives that are funded by EU, such as Kosovo Research Education Network, which is a member of Pan-European Network of GEON. So it really has it has connected many dots of many actors, which I don't think in the beginning it was thought to be like that. So it is definitely over-delivered, and this is very good if a CBH project can also go in that direction as well. And the other example I want to mention is the project which was won in 2025, so it just sort of launched, and it's a CBHE Structuvet from 2025 to 2028. It is a coordinator is University of Barcelona, but what is important about this topic and the minute, because I met with the actors before while they were sort of thinking how to treat this idea, and immediately when I heard about their idea and what they want to achieve. So they want to achieve improvement in Western Balkans, curriculum reform when it comes to harmonizing veterinary curricula with EU directives. And this was very clear to me. It had all the components, the EU standards, what we mentioned yesterday when it comes to regional efforts on negotiations of standards and recognition of qualification of professional degrees, because veterinary, doctors of veterinary are considered regulated profession in the EU Directive 2005/36, and this inadvertently also ticks both boxes: regional, when it comes to harmonizing curricula of universities, dealing with veterinary, but in turn, it has also sort of opened the way to include other sort of non-traditional partners. So this is, I think, when universities find a topic in CBHE and they sort of really look into it in depth, they will see that that project will make them reach out to other partners, which not necessarily they would think of including them. For example, this particular project, which includes Bosnia and Kosovo, Bosnia, Herzegovina and Kosovo, has within partnerships with ministries of education, but also veterinary chambers, both in Kosovo and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as food and veterinary agencies, which is definitely a plus. So very quickly, to sort of sum up what Mathieu and myself have said shortly, what are those do's and don'ts in CBHE? Definitely start early. This, we tell everyone, start early, discuss your idea openly, and by all means, choose partners like that, like they were to be your life partners. They can ruin your life if you choose the wrong partners. If you choose the right and reliable partners, the friendship can start with CBHE, but very easily go to ICM, go to Erasmus Mundus, etc., even to Horizon. I have a concrete example, a Faculty of Education again, of University of Pristina, who have started a CBHE years ago with University of Ljubljana. Then they went to ICM, then they went to Erasmus Mundus Design Measures. They designed a joint master on education policies. They accredited it, and then they applied for Erasmus Mundus joint master degree. So you can see the trajectory. This can very well be you. I'm sure many of you have also experienced similar issues. So this is very important, and align your project definitely with your university strategy needs as well. Don't copy other proposals. It's not worth it. It just creates a lot of, and now with ChatGPT has really, the number of application has quadrupled. Use it to the minimum would be my suggestion. Substance over form and quality over the number of applications, definitely. Don't overpromise results. This gets complicated toward the end, and don't wait until the last month to build your partnership. Never neglect financial administrative staff or the rules. Lump sum, it seemed complicated in the beginning, but now, I think by now, all the responses we have from higher education institution is that they really finally are focusing, through lump sum, they're really focusing on content more than nitty-gritty details, so this has relaxed them a bit and has proved very, very fruitful to have this new method of financing. First-time success tip, think of your first CBHE project as a learning journey, not just for funding. As I said, it really comes out of your project application of the relevant. And if you're not selected, you gain contacts, experience, and visibility. Again, from Kosovo's experience, I can tell you of a project which has failed 3 times, but in commission 4 times can be the charm. So this year we have that project which has went 3 different years in reviewing and reforming, and now finally this year it's on the table and it got funding. Good luck to all of you who are thinking, who've already found partners, who already have ideas and are preparing for this cycle of Erasmus project. Without not trying to sound very motherly, but I'm so proud of Kosovo higher education institutions and the successes they have been providing year after year. This year has been our most successful journey so far in CBHE. We won 15 projects with 5 coordinators from Kosovo. So I'm very happy about it. I'm very proud of them and all the work and dedication they have shown year after year. And this would definitely not be possible without collaboration with, first of all, our regional Western Balkans institutions, and secondly, our European partners. So thank you very much, and I'm open for your questions.
Thank you. Except if there are very urgent questions, I would say just go and find them at the coffee break because we're very late at this point. Okay, so thank you everyone. You can go out for the coffee break and be back in about 30 minutes.
Test, 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 test.
So, because another room is over and I leave it open, and when I leave, I try to move two of them. Okay? Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
don't need the lectern, we're just going to be sitting down. It's okay. For your slides, Courtney already knows when to play them.
Yes,
in the back end.
I think I'm happy with the first two.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell you which one we put, who ended up putting.
Yeah.
Not this one, but all of this, as you send it, yes, we will send it to the participants. Okay. So this one we put for your first question.
Okay.
And then for your second question, it was the one about the future.
Yeah. The very last one.
Yes. But feel free also to talk about your master program.
Yeah.
Very much welcome. And this, I'll make sure we send it like this to all the participants.
Yeah.
So we can do some promotion as well. Okay?
Nice to meet you in person. Hello, hi, servus. Oh, yeah. Yes, we have to meet. We have to meet. I don't know for so many years. Servus. Das ist so ein tierisches Verhaltensmuster, das man nicht auslassen darf.
Yes. You want to be in the pictures, right?
Yes.
This means that you don't want to be in the pictures, so we'll change it for now and I can give it back to you after. Because this is to signal that we will not be in the pictures.
Because I arrived late, it was the only one available. Sorry.
No worries, just to make sure that you want to be in the pictures because if you don't work since
Ja,
we're in the panel.
Hopefully, yeah. If
Im ersten Jahr ist das ganz spannend.
Ja. Erster Intake.
Ja.
Groß. Ja, das glaube ich. Aber wir hatten mehrere Erasmus Mundus Kommunikation, Digital Leadership und dann haben wir was in Geoinformatik. Ich mach seit 2017 habe ich jedes Jahr Intakes in das Joint Program, aber ohne Erasmus Mundus, sondern mit Studiengebühren finanziert, die wir nicht verlangen. In Österreich finanzieren sich öffentliche Unis. Ihr seid privat oder öffentlich?
Wir sind private tatsächlich.
Ja. Großer Unterschied wahrscheinlich. Bei uns Öffentlichen ist es so, wenn wir Studenten haben, die Prüfungen machen, sind wir glücklich, weil die Studenten nämlich die Prüfungsindikatoren liefern, die uns das Finanzministerium dann bezahlt.
Okay.
Ja, das ist, muss man sagen, das ist ein Privileg. Dann können wir das
I know you're still coming in, but the people online are waiting for us, so we have to start. So please kindly be seated now.
What is our time? You said 5 minutes, 10, half an hour? So, okay, yeah. Thank you for taking me first. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, good afternoon, everyone. I just brought my phone so I can see the timing. Thank you, Jenny, for the door. Perfect. Amazing. So, good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. I know we're many. This is a very interactive and nice session since this morning, so it's been going very well. So, earlier today, we looked at why Erasmus Plus cooperation is important. Why does it matter with the Western Balkan region? We saw first the policy perspective. We also saw the opportunities under the different actions available. And then we discussed about practical first steps for applicants. Now what we plan to do today at this session is to go from the what and the how to the real life experiences with people with me that are here for the panel, colleagues with hands-on experience in international credit mobility, capacity building, higher education and Erasmus Mundus. So, I don't like to talk a lot in general as a moderator. I prefer to give it to the speakers. So I'm going to say that the session will highlight good practice, examples. The officer at the IRO at the University of Sarajevo coordinating 171 mobilities and leading internationalization initiatives. He also represents UNSA at the Alliance EU Peace, working on different work packages. And he organizes flagship events within the University of Sarajevo, like the International Staff Training Week and the UNSA Study Expo. He's also doing his PhD. Good luck with this right now. That explores Erasmus Plus impact on multilingual to migration and less widely taught languages. So thank you all for joining, and I'm just going to skip right ahead on the questions we have prepared. So, we have a couple of rounds, and today what we're going to do is going to discuss about the initiation and implementation challenges, and my first question goes to Franz. And what we have to discuss now, I would like to know what has been your experience so far collaborating with the Western Balkan partners through ICM. What have been the main drivers for this collaboration, the main issues that you have faced in this situation, especially particularly when trying to embed mobilities into structured curricula like master programs?
Yes, thank you. I mean, we're just after lunch break, so maybe it's a useful attempt to ask you something as the audience in first. You know, we're fighting all with a number of abbreviations within the European and Erasmus world. Anybody knows about what is an ICP? There's nobody here as ICP. Welcome. Yeah.
Microphone, please.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Isn't it international contact point?
Can be, yes. Sounds plausible, but is not intended when it's coming to international mobility. It is the international cooperation program, the inter-university cooperation program, which was the initial mode to organize Erasmus when Erasmus was starting in the late 1980s. And my honor, my personal honor was that I was one of the applicants, the first applicant from Austria who applied for an ICP in Austria, and we succeeded. And why I'm telling this? I'm telling this because this is bringing us to an essential element for the formula for success. I think we need to develop when we implement ICP now. The international scheme we established in the 80s, 90s was based on faculty collaboration. So Erasmus in its first steps was based on the identification of partner institutions in the European educational space which agreed to join a network for collaboration in student exchange and further development. And in my opinion, this is one of the essential points to understand also opportunities in the new Key Action 171 environment, because what we see in between, of course, were a number of changes in the Erasmus schemes within Western Europe. It came 25 years ago. We started with the third country programs. We, as University of Salzburg, we participated in all these different stages, also from the side of Faculty of Political Science. And this is one of the essential points, in my opinion, to succeed. International offices by themselves provide good infrastructure for internationalization of universities, but to succeed, you always need to involve the faculty. When we look to our universities and when we decide where is their administration, where is management, and where is production, so the production level is what I talk about when I talk about the faculty level, because there the scientific work is done, there the scientists also deliver their knowledge to the students with teaching. So faculty involvement, first of all, in our opinion, in our experience in implementing Key Action 171, was a very important resource to start from the first round of applications in Austria. You know, the applications has to be addressed to national Erasmus offices, which receive budgets from Brussels and spread it, defined on the shares of different global regions, to the applications and to the networks of universities who implement then the mobility. So there's one approach from our side which allowed us to start very fast and with a high share, and I can say that University of Salzburg, with relation to the size of university, is the most successful university in Austria when it comes to Key Action 171. And I think it has to do with the fact that we had maybe 3 or 4 fields of teaching and research where we, from the beginning of the Erasmus world, the ICP time, let's say, have established international networks. When you look to the slide over there, you see there a picture with a number of flags, and this is the website. This is the website of Erasmus EU. It is a platform of about 50 political science departments all over Europe, connected as a loose network in political science, public administration, international relations. And out of that background, we could apply very fast and very effectively with a well-formed set of partner institutions in the first round of Key Action 171. Since we apply, we observe that the competition is getting harder. So the quality of implementation we can prove is getting better, but the share we receive, let's say the budget, we apply a budget and we receive a budget, and what we receive becomes less and less from what we have applied. That's why if there are regions in Europe where, for example, for the Western Balkans, the budget is not fully used, we would welcome to implement that because we have capacity and context to do so. So the one moment is this faculty approach. It means to have a right fit of partner, to identify partner, is something where universities have the best way when they do it via their faculties, because then you bring students into faculty programs where the teacher share, let's say, the thinking and the pre-education of the students they receive in the exchange. Of course, we need international offices. In our university, we have 2 people actually financed by overheads from Key Action 171. We apply to all world regions. We do not apply only to the Balkans, we apply to all world regions, although one has to say that Central Asia, Western Balkan and Eastern neighborhood cover about 80% of our budgets in the Key Action 171. And this finally is reflecting the faculty strategies in political science. This is reflecting the faculty strategies in geoinformatics, for example, or in communication science, just to mention 3 fields of study where we have a high level of internationalization reached. All our universities are different, not all the same, in the same way of internationalization. And my opinion is always the strategy of university has defined a mixture in between the fast horses, let's say, and those you need to socialize and motivate to join the travel. Yes. So this is the strategic moment. I could say something about the implementation now or later. When it comes to the implementation, of course, it is once again a topic. As we have heard before, the budget is then given to the applicant. University is given to our University of Salzburg. And finally, we need to have then a strategy for a successful implementation of grants. As we know, the budgets are addressed not to single universities or even to single countries, but to regions. We receive a budget for the Western Balkan region, let's say. And our policy on this point is, and we do that also in agreement with the partner institutions, that we do not only take these shares, spread them to partners and wait then for nominations, but we have a very precise procedure and calendar where we define calls for exchanges, for grants, for example, student grants for master programs, and based on the results of these calls, we spread then the budget to the best performing applicant groups coming from different countries, from different universities. So the university agreement to implement the grant is finally the result of the call process. This is the one element. The second element is that, of course, the regulation says that the nomination has to be done by the sending institutions. But as I described before, the selection process of candidates is in our institutional agreement with the partner defined as a joint selection process based on specified criteria. And on this basis, we organize student mobility. I have to say that for every year where the National Fund is telling us that in some regions, some universities did not implement the full budget, where we have the capacity to take over these capacities, and where we do not spend it for student mobility in the described way, we do it with staff. Staff is maybe 1/3 of our budget we are spending. And here we also again have faculty strategies. That means, and this is an element that it creates even an added value to the used mobility budget by organizing this mobility not as a bilateral mobility in between University of Salzburg and University of Tirana, let's say, but with organizing teacher academies, multilateral teacher academies, which finally bring then the professor from University of Tirana who has applied with a paper to be presented at the teacher academy.
Funded by ICM.
Definitely, yes, to Salzburg, but not only to collaborate with people from Salzburg, but to meet there maybe 30 professors from the not only Western Balkan region, but also from Eastern neighborhood, from the Middle East, or wherever the applicants are coming after presenting their papers and where the candidates were selected. So this multilateral element, I think, is a very huge moment. It is creating not only mobility options for single persons, but it's also creating networking options. The professors group meeting in the teacher academy finally create, after 5 days of joint work program, the community necessary for further activities, and we will hear now a little bit more about capacity building, joint master program development. It's not a secret to say, yes, that these teacher academies are the reason why we established a number of capacity buildings, why we established a joint master program with 13 universities accredited in 8 countries now.
Because each action leads to other actions
and
as well.
It would not happen without the individual mobility fund. But I think the point is, develop a strategy for how to use it for which purpose.
That's very good to hear. Thank you. Thank you for all the feedback on the strategy within the university and the actions that you're doing. I take note of 2 things: the competition that is high, and that is true. I remember myself when I was working in ICM back in 2015, it was quite easy to get projects, but I know this is no longer the case. And then, because it is a great segue with a question that I'm going to ask to Adnan, I'm going to mention the thing that you said about cooperating with the partners for the selection process. And my question to Adnan now would be, as he represents a partner country perspective from the University of Sarajevo, what are the most valuable outcomes that you see on the one hand, and the biggest challenges, as you are not funded directly, as you know very well, when it comes to building and maintaining ICM partnerships, administrative, regulatory, or otherwise? And how do you manage to overcome them, if you do?
Thank you for the question, and for the opportunity to represent the opinion from the partner country. In order to respond, I have to start from the very beginning, and that's to bring us in 1965, when University of Sarajevo signed its first international agreement. And ever since then, we started with different international projects, winter schools, summer schools with USA, accepting students from Middle East, from Africa, organizing Olympic Games where our Faculty of Sport was heavily involved. All that to be destroyed during the 1990s event, with the university destroyed, personnel are either gone or dead, students as well, but university kept working. So when the war ended, we knew that we need to rebuild the university, so the first help was the EU funds. FAR, CARDS, Tempus were actually contributing to rebuilding the university, rebuilding the laboratories, libraries, training the professors, opening new programs, and so on. So definitely Erasmus for us is not just numbers of mobilities, it's the whole process of transformation and what we are doing and what we are today. Definitely it helped us to turn to digitalization, to open more international programs. Of course, the challenges are, as you mentioned, the different roles in Erasmus+. So definitely K171, although it brings many opportunities, it also limits us, for instance, not having the organizational costs or lump sum that we can fund certain projects in order to welcome students and welcome staff. That doesn't mean that we don't do it. Our local ministries opened small calls for international projects, so we introduce welcome days, Bosnian language school, staff weeks as a small projects, and we get funded. Also, some universities do share the organizational cost, because in the program guide it says it should be shared and not must. So many are focusing on that. For instance, we organize an international staff week where we also invite many international Erasmus partners, and we have a session called Erasmus Gone Wrong, where we actually discuss about all problems that we have in implementing Erasmus. And you will be surprised how many problems and challenges we all have, and how we from Sarajevo and from the Western Balkans feel relieved when we hear that in Spain, in Italy, in France, they also have problems with Erasmus without papers and so on. When it comes to good things about it, I really have to say that with some universities we didn't have previous contact, so we started with the HEI mobilities in the first agreement. For instance, Marche University in Ancona, we started with the mobilities of students and staff, and later finished with organizing staff weeks, and now we are going into the capacity building project. So for those who will be evaluators for capacity building project, wink wink, you'll see our project in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do take note of two things before we continue. You did mention how ICM also leads to capacity building, so it reconfirms what Franz said earlier, how one action can really enable the creation of other actions, the submission of proposals for the other actions. But I also do take note about the should be shared, not must be shared for the organizational support. And I do understand, and we have to mention that a lot of the universities in European Union, in the program countries, they do use this organizational support to fund people to work for ICM, which is the case also for France, as he mentioned earlier. It was the personal case of myself. I was paid by this for 5 years in a row. So thank you for this feedback. We will continue now. We're going to go to another action, and we're going to go to Thomas. And what we're going to discuss now about the spot EMGM. And my question for you is that within your Erasmus Mundus, you have a consortium that has 2 full partner universities from the Western Balkans. You know, as we discussed, the Western Balkans per the partner countries definition in the Erasmus Plus guide. So what was your experience or initial thinking behind building such a consortium? What kind of challenges you faced? What have you experienced as a coordinator? What are the added values as well, particularly in terms of quality assurance, admissions, or degree awarding?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And first of all, I want to express how glad and happy and honored I'm here to be here, not only as a representative for our Erasmus Mundus Joint Master, but also to starting this journey, because we have this first intake just starting right now at our university, and it was really a long journey to get this master done, and I will reflect upon it. So we are a consortium totally of 7 universities, which is quite big, I would say. I'm from International Psychoanalytic University in Berlin, which is a quite small university in Berlin. And I think for us it was very important also to bring a diverse range of universities together. So we work together with University of Padua, which is a very traditional, very long-standing university, which also has a lot of experience in Erasmus Mundus Masters. With ISTE in Lisbon, also a partner which has a lot of experience. We as a quite young university, we also have University of Tallinn as a university which also has undergone a transformation process. And we have 3 universities from former Yugoslavia, 2 from Western Balkan. This is University of Sarajevo, University of Banja Luka, and we also have the University of Niš. So as you can imagine, this is a lot to coordinate, and this is a lot to bring together. And I have to say, I'm very happy I'm the academic coordinator, because one decision we had from the beginning, and I think this is really good to have a kind of academic and administrative coordinator. And I could see this today in the morning, for example, with all these kind of regulations. I know some of them, but I don't know all of them, so it's very good, I think, to have this split between different roles. Social psychology of transformation, this is of course a big name and a big issue, so let me introduce this brief. We have 3 focal areas which we also defined together in a very cooperative process, which I will undergo soon, which is transformative leadership, environment and sustainability, and one area is conflict and cooperation. And here I have to say we could build on prior academic contacts we had, because at IPU we had this STIX, which is called a Social Trauma in Changing Society Network, where we already worked together with several universities of the Balkan. But also I think what I have to say, we are big. So I have not worked with them, for example, but there was one in our consortium who has worked. And I think this is very important also to see in the universities, like who is it? Like we got this Erasmus Mundus master program also based on a design measure program, which I think is was a very important step, because getting this design measures process involves less work than the other, and hugely less, I would say. So this was easy for us as colleagues to bring together who has contacts, build an idea, and then bring in the Western Balkans. So I think the barrier to do this was much lower. And then I think what is very important is really trust building and relationship building, because of course I knew my colleagues from Ishte in Portugal, for example. Some people knew people from Western Balkan, but to really bring us together, we used this money from Erasmus Mundus design measures to have several meetings where we meet each other and where we get to know each other, where we talk about our experiences and the kind of things. So when we did this proposal of Erasmus Mundus together, we already knew each other, and we did a very good proposal, but at first we didn't get it because the threshold was very high. And I think this is also a very important learning. Don't give up and take this process, this was said before as well, as something positive already. Have a plan B also, because it's a very competitive process. And we are very lucky that in the second trial we got it. I think it's very good. You get a very detailed feedback on your proposal, which is also very valuable, because you can use this to get your internal processes better by this. It's also kind of something very positive. But also work on these relations and continue. So build local cooperations. Don't put everything on Erasmus Mundus. Build Erasmus Exchange, for example. Invite people to conferences, which you are doing. Think in maybe academic cooperation, which you can do together. Like really use this time to foster this relation which you have. I think this is very, very important. Talking about the Western Balkan, so we have 7 universities, and it's impossible that our students can have teaching at every university. So we build it like every student has to go to Berlin, to Lisbon, and to Padua. People from Tallinn come to us, and we integrated the Western Balkan and also Serbian University for internships. I think this is also a very important way to do it. We do not always have to have the same degree and the same amount of teaching, for example, because a problem when we did it was at the universities there were not so many English-speaking master programs in our areas. There were some really good professors in this, but we didn't have so many accredited English programs, and I think this is a barrier as well. But then for internships, it's very attractive for our students now to get into contact with the Western Balkan region as well, because they can go, they have a secured and guaranteed place there, and go there. And the last point, I think, include also non-academic partners in this, include kind of NGOs, and include other institutions in this kind of thinking about, really about the practical influence. I think this was very important. When you talk about challenges, if you allow me one more sentence, please. I think, and this is not only with the Western Balkan partners, there are so many different regulations between the countries, and I guess you have talked about this yesterday. And this really can, especially for me, who's coming from academia, can be really a kind of, once you think, I don't want this anymore. But I think it's really a capacity to deal with ambiguity, with ambivalence in a way. And also bring some conflicts to the point. Also regarding the program, there's so many different approaches to it, and you can see there are different study cultures, but take this as an opportunity and try to embed this in a way. But also find a capacity, and this is why it's so important to have trust and relationships, like to speak openly. Nowadays, for example, I have one partner who has a totally different scientific understanding to certain points, and we discuss about it, we already know. I say something, he says something, and he laughs, but we come together somehow. And I think we made a fruitful way to get this for students done. And I think this is very important in this way. Don't try to homogenize everything. It's good to have also a certain diversity within the program and within the partners.
Thank you. It's very nice to hear that you did indeed use the Erasmus Mundus design measure to build trust among your consortium before you proceeded to do the application for the Erasmus Mundus joint masters. Thank you also about the feedback for what you said about the different regulations. We did indeed discuss this in detail yesterday, and it is indeed something that creates a lot of bottlenecks in the processes that we're doing. But now let me go to Konstantinos next, that he's going to represent his experience from capacity building in higher education. And my question for you would be what has been your experience so far with setting up the roaming capacity building higher education project, especially in terms of aligning institutional mobility strategies and developing staff capacities across the Western Balkan partners institutions? Feel free also to present briefly the capacity building project that you have so people can understand the topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was a project that was selected back in 2022. It was under Strand 1. At the time, Logos University College was a newcomer, and therefore we were qualified that. And the number one challenge is how to form a consortium with the help of, with whose help, let's say, we could overcome the difficulties of managing as a project leader a project of this sort. I can see in this classroom and also some online some of the people who, from Brussels helped us very much in this process. So it takes, I will repeat some of the stuff that my colleagues before, let's say, it takes to create a network, and create a network is not created, by nothing or simply by participating in events of this sort. But it is a collegial effort. Every colleague at the university does have a network of international scholars. It takes the institution to utilize this potential by having colleagues in a way to report their contacts, activate their contacts so that they can also contact their respective international relations offices to establish collaboration in the. So the number one is, I think, the number one challenge and also opportunity at the same time is to how to utilize the full potential that every higher education institution has in terms of establishing international consortium. Challenges within the institution. As a newcomer institution, of course, we had to counter uncertainties as to the project had to do, it was called roaming. In fact, some of the partner institutions are represented here, and its aim was to strengthen international relations offices, enhance mobilities, and also create new partnerships in the context of other capacity building projects or other types of projects. So in the constitution of our consortium, we incorporated institutions that had prior experience with Erasmus capacity building higher education projects, and I think this is crucial to to pass by the uncertainties of leading a project of this sort, but also some other institutions that were less experienced or not experienced at all, as my institution was at the time. In fact, an interesting thing that we noticed is that although we collaborated with European universities, also in other projects, as well as in universities that are in the countries associated with the Erasmus program, this does not necessarily guarantee experience in project management. So you have, let's say, universities from that part of the world, which for some reason, are less experienced than others. So challenges up until that time, mobilities under KA 171 were managed by International Relations Office, and pretty much the knowledge and also the procedures were kept internally. So they were not, so to speak, a common property of all faculty. So thanks to the project activities, we managed to train academic staff, administrative staff, as well as students on how, let's say, to disclose these knowledge about these procedures to wider audiences. We involved representatives from all faculties in order to codify all the procedures that are spelled out in Erasmus mobility regulations into institutional strategic documents. Challenges, in the process, resistance. Sometimes resistance by very faculty when it comes to matters of recognition, the trust that you discussed about that yesterday, I heard. And we had, let's say, to find ways in which to bypass this resistance. At the end of the day, it's the institution that awards the diploma, and therefore faculty voices should be heard. But at the same time, no Erasmus funds and Erasmus time should be left unacknowledged. So we found new ways, let's say, on how to acknowledge this. I think that what we discovered in the course of training students is that taking into consideration that long-term mobility of students remains a challenge, at least as far as Albania is concerned. There are very few students who are willing, to leave for 3 or 4 months, from Albania and spend, time in another country. What I think, let's say, was particularly enriching was the short-term mobility, a combination of some online components together with a big group of students who moved from one country to another. And there, they were engaged into activities with students from home universities. That resulted in a very enriching, powerful experience for all those who participated. And I think that it provides a key to challenges when it comes to convincing students, let's say, to engage in mobility. The benefits that we have reaped out of that are multiple. That was the very first project. We currently have 5 projects in which we are leading, and we are also participating into as beneficiaries. We have been more successful as project applicants than, let's say, as project partners. We have also explored other funding opportunities, but I think the number one is what, let's say, Professor Kuhn mentioned a while ago. The very personal contacts, let's say, that we established, and this is key really to resolving any sort of misunderstanding. It all starts with building bonds with others. There will be institutional impediments because, university administrators change, or the policy environment, let's say, changes. But still, what becomes the key to overcoming these problems are these strong personal bonds. I do not know whether I answered all of the...
You did. Thank you very much. We still have time to discuss other things as we go on. I'm thinking if we should go to the audience now and then to the second part of our questions, or we go directly. Let's go directly to the second part of our questions. So the second part of our questions has to do about the forward-looking perspective. What do you expect from the future? And in case it hasn't, I think it has become very clear already that all the people in our panel are very experienced with not just one of the actions, but several of the actions. So I want to ask all of you individually, and we can go, as you are in the line on the stage here. In light of the ongoing discussions about the next Erasmus Plus program, what adjustments would you recommend to make these actions more accessible, especially for smaller or newer higher education institutions in the Western Balkans or EU institutions that wish to develop partnerships in the region? And if you're okay, we can start with you, Franz.
Yeah, I think, well, I'm speaking out of the position of a person which is now for 20 years involved in Western Balkan mobility, capacity building, development. So I'm familiar with the situation, and my observation is that different from the years 20 years ago, the time 20 years ago, we actually have a new generation of academics in these institutions. There was a very clear identifiable generational change within these years. And what I'm observing is that in most faculties I meet from the Western Balkans, I meet biographies, CVs of people as you can find them somewhere else in the world. So there is international standards of education for masters, for PhDs, for the way how teaching might be organized is known. So this is an existing moment, and from that perspective, I would say it could be a priority to let's say, to raise these resources for the inner regional awareness. So internationalization in the Balkans, when I talk with people and when I observe a number of catalog of projects newly applied or just financed, I see so many projects where the idea of Europeanization is to go how to find a way from Tirana to Brussels, how to find a way from Pristina to Vienna, and so on. And in my opinion, an essential point could be to strengthen the incentives necessary for the inner regional consolidation of the new academia established in the region. So the inner regional mobility and the awareness of the values and the qualifications of the young academic faculty capacities in the region is something which needs more awareness, which needs more respect, I would say, but I think sometimes also self-assurance from the acting people. Of course, we have one issue, as we heard before, about the internal resistances sometimes at institutions, and this is, of course, the second point, where I see the breaks, let's say, when it comes to innovation, when it comes to internationalization. We find these breaks very often still at universities, especially at the big universities, not at the private smalls. This is also an observation I made. So I think when we define Erasmus instruments for the future enhancement of development here in the region, I would look for instruments that create stresses to the institutions. To develop not only, let's say, symbolic Sunday speeches, but to make internationalization, identification of joint program opportunities, for example, to a systematic management approach. And these resources are here. We have an easy set of criteria to identify potentials for joint program collaboration at the university. So to let's say, support these regional potentials already here and to make them visible, to make them actable, could be an important issue. And when we look back to the discussion of yesterday, we still see that, for example, one could mean an easy issue to confirm European accreditation of a joint program by national authorities. We still see here a garden of different ways how institutions, how ministries, how agencies, by executive decisions, by board decisions, by joint activities of political, sometimes intervening levels, just add a year to the time necessary to plan and to implement the program, because this is the delay the internal processes might need. So when Erasmus will contribute to development here, I think it should deliver also a kind of stressing moment, and we should do that with the potentials of the young academic faculties we already have in the region.
Okay, thank you. Just before we continue, can I please ask the audience to not speak all the time, because we can hear you and it's very disturbing because we cannot focus on what we're saying. Thank you so much. Thomas, please.
Yes, first of all, I really want to underline what you have said, both points. I think especially the last point, strengthening the European accreditation and working for this on a political level, I think is really important. We have so many barriers in our Erasmus Mundus with what is national accreditation, what is European accreditation. I think working on a political level really to strengthen this European side is very important. And to the first point, I would say also, for me, as a social psychology, it's a kind of identity work which I would like to have within the Western Balkan region somehow, because I think it would be really important to have more visibility and work within the Western Balkan, within the universities, and create a kind of we feeling. So what can we offer? What is the kind of things which makes us visible in this? And maybe there could be programs for this as well, because I think it's, of course, I look also more probably to the US than I look to Venezuela or something like this, but I think it's really important to have this kind of thing of looking within and not only looking at what is in the EU countries, for example, going, but really what is the coherence for us as a region, what is our agency and what kind of we do we have. I think this is really important to have this. Being academic coordinator, I don't have a solution for that, but sometimes I really struggle with what also is mirrored in university, often the division between teaching and research. And I think somehow I feel this also in these programs when I come as an Erasmus Mundus joint master coordinator to conferences, for example, that many researchers who are not in these programs don't really know what is it about or something. And I think also kind of creating more opportunities to bring academia and people from administrative, not on a university level, but on a kind of more structured level together would be also very nice. I don't know exactly how, but I think bringing these two worlds a bit better together would be really, really great.
Okay, thank you. That is fair. I hear for the time being raise resources for awareness and focus also on the Western Balkans. I know we don't know the how, we're just suggesting here, but the Commission people are in the audience and they're listening, so that's good. Kostadina?
Thank you. Of course, in all what we say here, it takes two to tango. So no matter what, let's say, you do from the EU or from the Erasmus offices at the Brussels level or at the local level, if there is no will for internationalization, if there is no will on an individual level, let's say, to travel and, get to know all these wonderful people in such, in meetings of the sort, it's hopeless. However, there are some measures, structural measures, that could be done both at a national level as well as an EU level that could perhaps enhance the level of accomplishment of the program. I heard a while ago, and this is something that we have been observing, that countries that recently transitioned from non-associated countries to associated countries, they find it challenging to compete with already established, well-experienced consortia by EU universities. So it might be a possibility if you consider a partial fund targeted for those countries that transition from non-associated to associated countries, thereby competing with their peers rather than competing with much more experienced universities. That could be, for a certain time period, a stepping stone for them to become more competitive internationally. Second, at a national level, I think that the accreditation agencies and ministries of education should stress more the importance of internationalization and spell that into more demanding accreditation requirements with regards to it is present, but not always at the level of at the operational level. It is so much looked at. Last but not least, I think that somehow a list of incentives needs to be found in order to convince EU universities to partner with West Balkan universities. And this is not merely a responsibility of Brussels or the responsibility of EU universities, but at the same time our responsibility in the West Balkans, how we present ourselves in an enticing fashion. What we could offer, overall, is our societies in transition, economies in transition, or matters, global matters. Medicine is medicine, wherever it is, or forestry, to this effect. And we are striving, let's say, to find good reasons why to convince students from, say, Rome or Padova, or let's say, to come and spend a semester in Albania, rather than go to Lisbon or Porto or Paris or much more, at least nominally attractive destinations to Tirana or any other university. I think that it takes, let's say, some incentives to be made, not only from a central standpoint, as we had, there are, some incentives in place, but also for us.
That's a fair comment. I do take note of the suggestion about a transition fund to make more competitive the countries that just recently are part of the program countries. I think that's a great idea as well. Now implementation-wise, to see. Adnan.
Yes, well, my colleagues gave a perfect introduction for what I'm going to say, and I also took notes from yesterday's sessions and today. We can already use Erasmus, the program as it is, and of course have it improved in the future. The first of all is accessibility. We need a strong mentorship within the region. We don't have, unfortunately, option to go from Bosnia to Montenegro, from Montenegro to Albania, and vice versa. We have other programs, but of course Erasmus is definitely one of the popular ones. So maybe introduce an initiative where we can write projects, applications for those 4 countries, that we can do the mobilities and prepare us for this bigger project application with the rest of the Europe and the rest of the world as well. Yesterday there were mentions of Benelux and Baltic countries signing the agreement of automatic recognition, and somebody also mentioned the Erasmus Twinning project, which can also be applicable. And this process of Erasmus agreement between Western Balkan countries can actually help us in meeting each other, providing mentorship and so on. When it comes to students and increasing an interest, why not coming to Albania or Bosnia, why they are going to Lisbon, it's because they don't know, they don't feel it as they feel the Lisbon, that it is open for them. They don't need visa to go there. They have very cheap flights to go there. So what we also suggested in one of these meetings is to create, just like Staff Week, to create Student Week. And then to bring motivated students, for instance, to University of Sarajevo during semester, well, they'll, of course, it will have a virtual component as well. It will be like an intercultural module or intercultural week. They will meet people in Sarajevo, they will meet international students in Sarajevo, and then offer them to come for a semester, next semester, for the study. From our experience, when we do these presentations, I can give them perfect presentation about Erasmus and how to apply, what documents to prepare and deadlines, but sometimes they don't believe me. They believe to the student colleagues that they meet who already has the experience from Sarajevo in this case. So this kind of project can actually help us increase the numbers. When it comes to our Staff Week, I forgot to mention that it was actually a pilot project produced from capacity building project. So it was also opposite way. We had credit mobilities where we brought people, but we started with the pilot idea where we had 7 people only participating for the first time, and now we have 30, 40 people. 1 year just after COVID, because they needed to spend money before July, we had 74 people, which was challenging, but we managed to do it, and it was a perfect Staff Week. It was in a summer edition, so they definitely enjoyed. But also, I think the idea how to motivate students is to start with these small projects, because we rely on ICM and open calls, and they will apply. We can share beautiful photos of our cities, but unless we provide them concrete feeling, I don't think that we can manage to do. And last point is that we really need to stop looking at Erasmus as just being a project. It is definitely a reform situation for us, and it should be used in that purpose. And I think we can use all the activities that are present in order to change our everyday work and, of course, living situation, not only in the Western Balkans, but the whole Europe.
It's very nice to hear of you thinking of Erasmus not just a project money, but something that really creates reform within the universities and the countries. So I think I opened my laptop to see if there are any online questions, but there are not. So I'm going to open the floor to you all. Please just raise your hand and then speak in the microphone in front of you. Yes, please.
It's me again. I would like to follow up on what my colleague and friend Adnan said in the first question about the organizational support funds from program countries, institutions to be transferred or not to partner countries, because you are right, we mustn't, there is written that we should. And unfortunately, when it comes to our internal procedures, our internal budget, our internal interests, it's not easy, because I know that I should give my partners money because they need it, because they did a very good job, because many tasks are left to you, like the selection of students, the nomination of students, so you contribute to the process. But then I have to go to my management and say, look, why don't we give money to our extra EU countries? And it's not easy because all of us have got our problems, cut-off funds at national level, and so on and so forth. So since now they are, I know that what I'm saying might seem unpopular, but since now they are revising the program, why the European Commission, maybe we can suggest to make this thing like a rule, not, of course, not all of the budget, but to provide for a certain budget that must be transferred, because that way it's mandatory and we can do that without any difficulty. I don't know. This is just a suggestion. And about what you said, that we are transitioning into capacity building after ICM, I would like to remind everybody that we also did an intermediate step, that is the constitution of an Erasmus Plus Mobility Consortium, that is already an evolved edition of simple Erasmus Plus Mobility. And then I would like to add on what Professor Glacomi said, why our students, I come from Italy, why should they be interested in a mobility towards the Western Balkans? So welcome to the club. We are asking these questions to ourselves since, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now. And we are trying to implement many different activities so that these destinations may become attractive. Because actually many universities in this region, in extra-EU countries also, are very well organized. They have very good services, sometimes even better than ours. They have nice campus, nice cities. So I'm asking my students, why don't you even consider the possibility of going there? And short mobility, what Adnan called Students' Week, say financing our students to come here for a short period of time, maybe is the most concrete solution that we want to implement right now. So I think that this is a very good idea.
Thank you. Anybody wants to comment? Feel free. We have the time. Just the microphone, yes.
Perhaps I could share experience, some experience with regards to this short-term mobility that we did that with a Greek university, the University of Patras, by which some 17 students and staff came to Albania, and some 5 students, together with a staff member, went to the University of Patras, vice versa. The way that we organized it to make it compelling, otherwise, no Greek student would actually easily be convinced to come to Albania, unless coming from an Albanian background, was that we devised a project or a program by which we looked into the natural environment and how it becomes conducive or not conducive when it comes to a preschool education setting. So we arranged, along with some key sightseeings, to also visit nursery schools throughout Albania in an urban and a non-urban setting, and reflecting really all together, mingling the group of Greek students with some Albanian students and vice versa, in Greece. In Greece, the theme was the organization of the school excursion, reflecting all together, on aspects of this sort. And then we had a meeting at the premises of Logos University College to discuss about that. I think that the sole way, by which we could convince students from any EU countries to come to Albania is by organizing enticing weeks of this sort, combining them, of course, with a virtual component. So I wanted to share this experience as a model that, through the roaming project we investigated, and proved to be successful.
Franz, please.
As a member of University Alliance, we established a number of PIPs in our exchange schemes. From my side, I must say that I'm not very optimistic about these instruments, where they do not have the function to socialize, let's say, teacher groups that continue working. The point is that with the PIPs, we have maybe 2 or 3 CTS units, which allow us to symbolize, let's say, mobility, to signalize a number of people mobilized, and elements for recognition we successfully and easily can implement. But when I look to the implementation practice, I have to say within our alliance, I see no other solutions than to implement them as optional courses. So the weight, I would say, the curriculum relevance of these BEEPs, I could not find them yet. Anyway, maybe I have to produce, but finally, I mean, the criteria is at the end to internationalize the study programs, to internationalize the curricula, means that you have to meet when you do it in an international context, you have to meet a number of partners in a timeline where their curriculum reforms on the program of the institution. So, to change curricula is nothing that happens just ad hoc from one to the next year. So you need therefore a timeline, I think. And if you want to take it for serious, you need to have a concise model how to implement these international opportunities as added value to a curriculum reform. And here is one point I think I'm observing very often as a misunderstanding when it comes to internationalization. And this is the issue that, especially when we talk about faculty approach and professors, teachers, we have a tendency that we are happy to meet people doing the same. And especially for young generation academics, it is so that to meet people doing the same is recognized as a kind of confirmation. So if there are any academics, I say now as a fictional question, sometimes unsure about their profile and what they do, and I suppose we all do, we all from time to time, then we have a tendency to get a confirmation by international collaboration. So this is a good window to come to a psychological strengthening of the position where maybe especially young generations sometimes have to fight within faculties. So this is one of my observations, whereas the logic of internationalization and the creation of added value by internationalization means just something different, and this is the complementarity as principle. Because it is the complementarity of academic profiles that creates added value not only to the idealistic outreach of a curriculum, for example, but also to the program offered to the students. And it is exactly the colleague teaching my field, but doing it in another way that is enriching me and my opportunities at my home institution. So, and this is I know that this is a contradictory element when we identify the individual motivation of people for collaboration, and the functional and the function internationalization can have for the institution's capacity. So, if we want to increase capacity, we should use this knowledge, let's say, on the one side to identify maybe, and this is my conclusion out of this contradiction, institutions working on the same level. So to differentiate, for example, the differences in the way how different disciplines talked, but to identify the joint methodological standards when it comes to Greek giving, for example. On this basis, then, it's maybe internationalization can be a motivation key to motivate faculties to add value, to add knowledge, competences we do not have at our home faculties to our portfolio. And when I come back to the BEEPs, yes, the BEEPs are nice things, but finally we're in the sweets shop, but we should go to the curriculum development. And from the sweets shop to the curriculum development, it means we need more commitment, we need maybe stronger instruments, and I wonder, I have to say, and this is now not a criticism, but an observation, how consortia with 15,000 euro Erasmus Mundus design measures are able to establish the jointness necessary for European accreditation. We work in this business for years, and we usually do that with a capacity building where we invest then much more time, of course, much more European money we received. So 2 years of a capacity building to establish jointness in a consortium, I think this is an appropriate resource necessary to reach this goal.
Okay, thank you. Thomas,
Yeah, I
please.
just want to add shortly, because we have the first intake of students here. I want to share with you how positive they see it, that we have the possibility of an internship in the Balkan region. When we talked about their motive to choose this master program, this was for them always a kind of decisive factor as well, because I think it provides a kind of psychological safety for various reasons. They have a fixed internship and they know they can come here to a region doing something practical, but they don't have to spend a whole semester. It's also a kind of thing of going in. It's in the curriculum. And also, we built this relationship. We had a welcome week, where we had 7 people from ex-Yugoslavian people there. So they have already kind of contact. We integrate them in our teaching, and after the internship, they can choose where they will write their master's thesis. They can also choose to do it in Banja Luka or in Sarajevo. And I think probably after the internship, having the contacts there, they will choose it. So also I think this is a way to bring teaching and internships together and bring people, giving the opportunity to maybe choose a Balkan university for further kind of academic qualification. So I think we have different ways to integrate this into curricula, not only by teaching.
Interconnection between different actions and different activities as well. So we have time for one more question. I just refreshed online, there's no question, so open to you here in the room. No one? Last chance? Okay then. Yes, that means that you were indeed very clear. So I'm going to close my laptop and I'm going to thank all the speakers for joining us today, for your wonderful feedback as well and valuable contribution. I'm going to let you and we're going to transition to the next part, which is going to be some instructions for you before we go for lunch outside. So thank you again. So I'm just going to ask my colleagues to come here in the front. Yes. Okay, a couple of things from me, and then I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues that are going to suggest to you ways on how you can take advantage of the matchmaking after. So from my side, there is this one now. Okay, so from my side, I would like to thank you all for joining again today, like yesterday, for the ones that were here, online and on site. I realized I never introduced myself because I've been all around for the 2 days, but for the online audience, I'm Angeli Kipsihoyu, and I work for the Academic Cooperation Association as a policy and project coordinator. I want to thank the European Commission, the Study in Europe Consortium, as well as my 3 colleagues that we work together in this project, which is Jenny, she's going to join me now in the stage. Courtney, she's also going to join me in the States, and Caroline, who is online, and she's supporting us online. Before we go to lunch, they're going to give you some insights on how we can proceed with the matchmaking going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is for the online participants. We have some instructions for you. That is to please use the platform to prioritize meetings with partner countries from the Western Balkans, with program countries. And you can arrange your meetings by clicking the shaking hands icon in the top right. The platform will be open until November 7th. And I think that's it.
Okay, as for the on-site participants, I'll just briefly walk you through. So as we also mentioned in the information email earlier, we will have the matchmaking in 4 different rooms. So here you see Vienna, Prague, Stockholm, Rome, and Paris, London. We also walked past this room as we came to this Antigonea plenary session, so we hope you'll find there smoothly. Okay, so each higher education institution representative who is accepted for the on-site matchmaking will meet one counterpart in 4 rounds, 25 minutes matchmaking followed by 5-minute transition period. We also want to show here the schedule. So we have 15 minutes for you to move to the assigned rooms after lunch. And then we have matchmaking between 3 to 5:30. There will also be a coffee break in between, during which we also encourage you to meet other participants who you're not meeting in the 4 different bilateral meetings. Okay. Yes. So we have received questions about who you will meet. Now, finally, we can share this information with you. So we have received some cancellations last minute, so to avoid any confusion, we prefer to share the final results here. So you can access this colorful Excel sheet through this QR code. We will also have this paper printed outside the different rooms. And here you will see who you will meet, so which institution, in which room, and at what table. Now, one important thing is that the Western Balkan university representatives, you will stay at your assigned table throughout the whole afternoon. So this means that it's only Erasmus Plus program country university representatives who will be moving. So once, if you're a Western Balkan university representative, once you find your spot, you stay there. We also have a university sign for each table, so you will find your spot easily. And in each of the 4 rooms, we will also have one organizer. So if you need help with managing this Excel table, we're happy to help you. We're going to be present all the time. Yes. Then what else? Okay, so we have also prepared the brief institutional fact sheets. You have received them via email digitally, but we have also printed 1 copy each that is outside this room at the registration table. So if you wish, please feel free to bring it. Please pick up your own institutional fact sheet so you can take it to your bilateral meetings and your partner can take a picture of your fact sheet. Or if you prefer to do it digitally, that's also okay. But it's available there if you prefer. And, well, I'm seeing if there's anything else. Yes. Perhaps still one thing, sorry I'm jumping a bit topics, one thing about the matchmaking table. Just to facilitate for you, you will also notice that each university has their own specific color. So this will help you spot where you need to be throughout the different sessions. So that's it. I think that's all the information about the fact sheet. And yeah, we will also, each facilitator in the different rooms will show the way to the coffee break that takes place at 4. And that is also very close to these 4 different rooms. So that should be smooth. And now, before we continue with the matchmaking, there will be lunch. Lunch is served at, yes, the Apollina restaurant. So if you are also staying in this hotel, you know that it's the space where we had breakfast. But it's right here, walking with this road back here, and you will find it easily. So yes, do we want to still show the schedule? So we will start with lunch. Then we have 15 minutes when we kindly ask you to start finding the rooms just so that we can start the matchmaking on time. So yes, that's it. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch, everyone, and then enjoy the matchmaking.